Boom. Okay, hello, and welcome back, everybody. Now that we have switched over to the unofficial after hours late night chat, give me just a moment. I need to pull this back up on YouTube so I can grab the live chat real quick and we can get into some fun. All right. Fish room fever. That is what I am looking for. Oh, still not showing up for me, so I'll have to snag it here in just a second. Oh, there we go. Late night lurkers. I just had to throw something in there. All right. That is muted. I can grab my chat real quick, pop that out, bring that with me to here, and I will get right back to all the hellos. Don't need to look at that. That's done with. That's done with. I still got you all there. Got my chat. On to live chat. These are all the things I set up right beforehand. So, of course, we have these in Ginger first into the group. Blake's Aquatics, hello and welcome. Sorry, I was going to say hello to you at the end of the last one, but I wanted to go ahead and cut it and get everybody in here so that I could hold to the promise of 2 hours on that stream. Zen Ginger dropping the links for Facebook and Twitter. I don't do a whole lot on Twitter. A lot of what I do is on Instagram and on, of course, YouTube. But I do share things out to Twitter from time to time, and then of course Facebook being the other one. I share a lot of stuff to Facebook, but I don't get on there very often. I'm hoping to get Miss Fever to take over for that. Jay's Crazy Obsession is back with us. Hello and welcome, my friend. Griffin Fish Room still hanging out. Cody Son, hello and welcome. Mr. Zen, Chappie. Ed will be back with us momentarily. All right, Mr. Chappie, I believe that we were talked into doing a Chappie Fish Room Fever Ed stream. But give me a second. Excuse me, I'll drop the link for you, Chappie, if you want to come up. I don't know if you agreed to it. I just saw the mob rioting for it. New England Inler is with us again. Sherry Kramer, hello, and welcome back. Priscilla MK Art. Yes, exactly, Potty Break. So this is the stream that, we're still going to keep it mildly family friendly, if you will, but I'm not nearly as refrained, if you will, because this is not one that will ever be promoted in any public places necessarily. So, wrapped stream. Julie Writes on Walls is still with us as well. Purse Cichlids has joined us. Hello and good day. Nevea is here as well. Hello. Good early morning to you. Recon 338, Jeremy Morell. I think I got everybody. Mr. and Mrs. Yes, Griffin Fish Room. All right. Lots of cool people hanging out with us still in this late night lurkers. I don't know. I just kind of grabbed a topic or a name and threw it on there so I could get it created real quick. Jay's Crazy Obsession says, how many tanks do you have? I currently have over 40 aquariums up and running. I think it's 41 or 42. I own like right at 45 tanks, and it fluctuates on how many I have up, depending. Edge H is back with us as well. I thought you were going to sleep, my good island friend. Big J's Fish Keeper here. Like Ed was shouting out at the end of that, if you don't have Big J's, first off, he's got an awesome channel. Second off, he's got an awesome beard. Third, he's got an awesome catfish pool pond that has the grown-up versions of my catfish. So if you haven't checked him out, go check him out. I love Big J's channel. Chappie said he will be right back. Biggest and smallest aquariums, asked by Jay again. Is that all right if I call you Jay? Does that work? Jay's Crazy Obsessions. But hey, Scotty G66. And now Scotty sees the stream on phone, but not on TV. Well, that's got to be a YouTube thing then. Because I know earlier, like I was watching Rack, I had my phone and I had the TV going. TV was beautiful, phone was terrible. And I know a lot of people had problems with that. So YouTube is just being hateful, I think. Because again, I've not changed any settings. Everything is still the same ratio. Let's see, I could call him Jasper. Okay, Jasper. There we go. Is that Jay's actual name, or are we just making stuff up for me to look even dumber? But anyway, the biggest and smallest. The smallest I have is not currently set up, but it is well, depending upon how technical you get on what I have and what I'll set up. I have a 2.5 gallon tank that I do set up from time to time. I had a betta in it at one point. I've since moved her into a 40-gallon breeder with some other fish. And I've set it up for like some clutches of mystery snails and things of that nature. But I don't run it all the time anymore at this point. The smallest tank that I consistently run would be 10-gallon tanks. I have a rack of 16 10-gallon tanks that are 4 tall and 4 across. The largest tank that I have set up is going to be 125 gallons, and that is my piranha tank. I do have a 220-gallon tank, but it is in storage and not set up. So, oh, Jay's confused. Yeah, Miss Fever is actually, she works for the CIA, so she just pulled your file and found out you were Jasper. That's how that happened. But no, she Miss Fever says his channel description says, "Hey, I'm Jasper." So we can call you Jasper, we can call you Jay, whichever you prefer. So there we go. The largest I have set up is a 125, smallest is a 10-gallon. I own a smaller tank down to a 1 gallon. I've got one of those like little bitty Aqueon kit deals you get from Walmart or whatever, but I don't have it set up. And the biggest I own that is not set up is a 220-gallon. And Miss Griffin is, yeah, I got Miss Griffin. Okay, good deal. All right, good deal. Do you have a shot glass? That would be your smallest not set up fish tank. Yeah, I have several of those actually. Natural Aquariums, hello and welcome. Happy New Year to you as well. Yeah, Scotty, that should help. I don't, and my mind's getting a little fuzzy at this time in the morning. I don't remember exactly how YouTube counts that in terms of it being the same account signed in on multiple devices. Because, you can't like it more than once from multiple devices on the same account. So I don't know 100% that I think they're smart enough to figure out not to give you extra watch time for the same account on multiple devices. But I don't know that 100%, at least not at this time of the morning. And Chappie is right. If your settings are set to auto, you may or may not get good quality. JH, absolutely, I will do that. I appreciate you, man. That's awesome. That is really, really cool of you to do that, because I suck at that stuff. Just being honest. I've been playing around on this thing, and I've lost my mind trying to convert my my logo over for Patch, because I want to take... I've found the actual hats that Corey from Aquarium Co-op uses, because those are really awesome caps. So I have found those hats, the blank versions of them, and I want to get my logo on there, because I'm not really a hat person, but like everybody that has those hats loves those hats. They're really good quality. Sharpie's Models and Aquatics is back. Hello and welcome back, my friend. I think Ed is still having a stretch. Chappie, if you are ready, I'll throw the link up for you whenever you say so, Bubba. Jay's Crazy Obsession says whatever, so I'm just going to call you Jay. Recon says, I can tell I need a haircut when my hat starts fitting weird. Yeah, absolutely. I need one too. Purse Cyclist says, Flex Fit hats are the bomb here. Absolutely. So I will say, first off, don't buy anything on there just yet, because I haven't messed with pricing to lower it. But I did make a Redbubble account for you Aussies, because I know that getting Teespring stuff shipped over there is ungodly. So if you're interested in something, let me know and let me drop the price down for you and see how I can adjust it. But I did get inspired to do that by the good old Dr. Black 66. Because I've heard horrible things about Aussies having to try and buy from Teespring and pay more for the shipping than the product. And Brad Fowler says, just need extra large hats. Welcome back to you, Brad. Yeah, well, and that's the thing is, and Ed is much better. There's Ed. Let me drop this in here real quick. Otherwise, I will digress and will not drop the link for 30 minutes. All right. Pull my chat back up. Ed would be the better person to tell you about the hats, but even Corey has said on his streams he's got a massive head and the hats fit him well. So Ed was kind enough to send me some pictures of the inside of his hat so I could find the brand and the company that makes those hats, and then I tracked them down online where they sell blanks. I can get the hats fairly cheap. It's probably going to cost me twice as much to get. Hey, I see Chappie backstage. Hello, hello, and welcome.
Oh, what's happening, Bubba? Y'all able to hear me pretty good?
Oh, yeah, I can hear you really good. I will say this. I was really impressed because normally I'm here, so I don't actually hear myself. I don't go back and replay my streams and whatnot. I was impressed with my cheap microphone when I was listening from Miss Fever's phone in the other room. While she was on, I was like, hey, that sounds pretty good through this little cell phone here.
No, your audio is really good, bud. I just, I have all this setup, this thing. Whoa, okay, hang on. You can barely see it. Oh, wait, I can do this. Like a proper soundboard and yeah. So that's I have to use it, or it's just a waste.
Bro, yeah, no, absolutely, dude. I understand.
Mine's definitely an upgrade over this thing.
Yeah, well, it's just like I've got monitors that I don't need to have them extra monitors hooked up, but it's like I've got it. You might as well use it.
You got to use it, exactly.
Yeah. But this I did one because I liked the hack, if you will, and two because I wanted to show people for less, $50, you could get a decent quality microphone setup that looked studio quality, and had decent sound to it. So there's Chattanooga Ed. I don't need to have no extra monitors hooked up. And got it. I think. Hold on. Let me mute him. Yeah. Oh no. All right. You may have to plug in an earpiece, Ed, because I'm picking up myself back through yours now for some reason, even though I never do.
I want to say hi real quick. What's up, Chevy Fish, Big J, Julie, and Recon, and yes, Shy. Everybody is Bubba to me. That's a Texas thing. I'm sorry.
And I knew it was because, sometimes, being from good old Tennessee, Bubba can be a condescending thing. But I know in Texas, it's just a friendly thing.
Yeah. Well, it's not like, well, bless your heart. No, it's actually it's
right. Yeah, yeah. We on the bless her heart.
I learned it.
Try me now.
There you go.
All right, perfect.
I learned at far too late an age what bless your heart meant, and no one explained it to me.
Absolutely. All right. Well, I appreciate you coming on, Chappie, and Ed for coming back.
Thanks for having me.
Jay says, "Echo, someone tell John."
Yeah, I'm so sorry, guys. What happens is whenever I do a group with more than just one, I have to go through Foxfire instead of Google, and I still had
Ed,
I had two different.
Ed.
Yes.
It's Firefox.
Oh, Firefox. What did I say?
Foxfire.
Oh, I don't.
That's
care.
That's a cheap Chinese knockoff.
But yeah, so I had two different streams of YouTube open at the same time.
Oh no.
It's so stupid how it makes me do that. This isn't my real account.
Oh Jesus.
That's horrible.
You poor bastard.
Well, I'm just not tech savvy.
Hey, well, you got me and James here. We can set you straight, bud.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So that's why I love having Ed around, because he's just cool, and I don't have to worry about getting tech crapped on by Ed. You know, a lot of people that come in and be like, "Oh, well, your mic's $25, and I've got a blah 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 to do this and that, and I'm running this." You know, and Ed's just like, "I'm cool. I'm hanging out. Just send me a link and I'll be there. All right."
I know nothing.
Perth Cichlids with the "Can I get a mustache twist from Great Chappie?" I had to do it. What is it, Blackie? I make his pants tight when I do that. Apparently,
Yeah, the pants are definitely getting tight when that happens. If he's wearing them, I mean, a lot of times it's Blackie. He's not wearing pants.
Sure. You don't want him to stand up.
Yeah, no, and then he stands up, but you see him in the reflection of the fish tank behind him, and he goes tripping over his drum set in his boxers, and all you hear is, you know, swear words popping through.
It's son of a.
Oh, but I do love Dr. Black.
Oh, where's he at? Oh man, I love that guy. He is a blast.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
I'm not gonna lie. My first time home earlier in the day from my first shift, like the whole trip home, I was doing the Dr. Black impression to myself, talking about Vegemite, just in case it showed up. So I really need to do that Black Sense challenge video and put that out.
oh man. Oh man.
Zen Ginger is going to kick me off of my channel so that Miss Fever can take over, apparently.
Uh-oh.
So again, farewell to you folks. I will see you when I'm permitted back on my stream.
Oh hell, Bubba. We'll see you later.
All right. Yeah.
You know, one of these times we ought to go on Cheppy's
yeah.
account, so that way he gets some time too.
Oh
Yeah,
no,
well, I think he said he's.
Yeah,
Sorry.
my watch hours are like 5,200.
Well, and that's what I was gonna say. We should jump to his until he posted that, and I'm like, he's good on watch hours. We might as well take advantage of it.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just kind of like Ed, you had mentioned, like, hey, no, we're gonna do it on your stream until you get there, and then we'll switch over. Because I really wanted to like switch back and forth every week, and Ed was like, no, you need to get yours, and then we'll come back to mine. But I'm gonna let Miss Fever take over, and I will be back when I'm welcome on my stream.
We'll miss you, buddy.
Yeah, I'll be right back.
Who was it? Jay Crazy's obsession. My favorite fish. I would say a seahorse. I just think they're so cool. When I was young, my dad had a saltwater tank. It was a huge saltwater tank, kind of like what's behind James. And we had a Singapore seahorse, and it was just the most beautiful thing ever.
Let me find this thing. Priscilla, I think, was talking about it yesterday. It's her fish, like her dream fish. It's a pipefish that, and pipefish are basically seahorses that are just straight.
That's right. They're related. That's my understanding.
But there's a freshwater one, and it was amazing. Of course, I'm probably
the Zen Ginger seahorse. That's my dream fish. The leafy sea dragon. Oh yeah, those are very beautiful too.
Hey there.
Hi.
How are you doing?
I'm okay. How are you?
Well, I'm all right.
Married to
Just chilling out and talking with you fine fish folk. I mean, you're human folk, but you're fish folk too. Wait. Yeah.
Look at this thing.
What is that?
That's a pipefish. It's a freshwater pipefish.
That's beautiful.
Hello again.
Crazy
Freshwater
cool.
pipefish. I'm Googling that.
It's called a rainbow belly pipefish.
A rainbow.
Let's see. There's, I think he
Oh
was
yeah.
probably showing off his chest there, but
So I'm looking at Google short-tailed freshwater pipefish, and that's a real pretty one too. $50 for a fish. You can suck it for $50 a fish. I don't know, that's crazy.
for a pipefish, I paid more for pipes. No, I haven't. No, I haven't.
I love it.
Sooner Squatch. I had sea monkeys once. Did they do tricks for you? Oh man, I think everybody had sea monkeys once. I watched a documentary about those, and it was just how did he turn those little shrimps into? It was amazing.
It is. It's
Truly
awesome.
amazing.
I loved those things as a kid. And they're just brine shrimp. Oh, and see, the cat's back up.
See, the cat,
The cat loves
her.
you.
She does not. She really doesn't.
We didn't know he had a cat until
Yeah.
you got up there. I'm just gonna say.
Yeah.
Oh,
She's
yeah.
really his cat. Normally, she doesn't even let me touch her. So,
She's a support cat.
yeah. I mean, she was sitting right behind the laptop. I laughed, and she was like, "Fine, here I come."
So I wonder if pipefish, do the males get pregnant, or the males are the ones carry the babies?
I would imagine that's probably what that big sack is. You know the stripes. I wonder if that opens up
SB,
or the
let's go
egg.
to the microphone.
Because that's actually what happened to my dad's Singapore seahorse. It was
Yeah,
cool while it
when I-
lasted, though.
When I was a kid, seahorses were all over the place, and I've just started seeing them again now.
I mean, you look at them and they just look so exotic. It's such a dainty fish. Not to say that in a bad way. I just think they're just so odd, and they just kind of flitter around and they just do their own thing. And
There are some crazy awesome sea ones that are gigantic. I think they're called dragon leaf fish, but it's a seahorse. They've got several tanks of them at the aquarium here in Tennessee.
oh yeah, those things. It kind of makes me wonder. I wonder how they taste. Wrong thing to ask.
I've thought that many times, so not on particularly that, but when I look at the fish,
Sharpies, my dream fish, one that only I can breed and no one else wants. Well, I mean, there you go. Sooner said strong dainty. That's it. Strong dainty. That's a seahorse for you.
thank you, Griffins, for saying nice things about my guppies. I appreciate it. I've got to keep showing off all my guppies. I'll probably make a couple more videos next week. You know what would be a cool fish for you? Cave fish.
Cave fish, huh?
They don't have eyes. I've wanted to make a tank with like stalactites, and they go right through them, and they don't hit their faces or anything.
So you wouldn't be running into the side of the bunk.
No. I don't know if they use sonar or what.
Kling TV again, not that kind of channel.
So, Miss Fever, what's your favorite fish?
Salt or fresh?
Well,
It
let's
doesn't
go.
matter.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Your
favorite of all time.
one fish.
The yellow tang. I
The
mean,
original.
yellow tang is what started it all, and even though it seems like every saltwater tank has a yellow tang, and they're so simplistic, I just think they're beautiful.
Oh, yeah.
They are very pretty fish.
I like
And
how
they-
they have that little white thing on their tail.
Like they just look like they have a lot of personality for a fish.
They really do. They really do. It's either that or the I can't even pretend like I know how to say it, so I'm just gonna say the Picasso trigger. James can tell you the technical Hawaiian huma huma whatever.
What was it?
Oh yeah, the Picasso triggerfish.
Yeah, what you said.
Joseph can tell us what
All the way from the back of the house. That was
is that
awesome.
their official state fish? Like how some states have state birds, they have a state fish.
I think so.
I think I know what one that is. That's a beautiful fish.
Yeah, we had one. His name was Chubbs, and he was awesome.
Very
I-
cool.
If I got one of those fish, I would probably just laugh at it all the time. It just with the and then it looks like it's wearing makeup. I mean, I couldn't handle. I couldn't handle.
I mean,
Yeah,
that's
that one wouldn't be good for
what
you
I
unless
like
it was
about
holding
them.
a knife.
Every state has a state fish. I didn't know that.
I did not know every fish had a state fish.
Every fish had a state fish.
Oh,
Wow.
the Guadalupe bass is Texas state fish.
Well, there we go.
I would have guessed it was a Texas firemouth bass or something like that.
Largemouth bass for Florida.
What is Missouri state fish?
The dirt fish. No, I don't know.
It's a channel cat, close to a dirtfish.
Oh man.
Well, I don't live there anymore. What is Tennessee's state fish?
Oh well, save me that Google trip.
A smallmouth bass.
Figures.
So there you go. If anyone ever asks you, you can just Google what your state fish is.
Yeah.
And what's California's? I just looked that up. It is a I don't know how to pronounce that.
I think this angelfish is laying eggs.
Hopsipops ribucundulus. I don't know. I never, and I sling words on my YouTube channel usually when my brain's not hurting, and this is one of those words that I just make it up. I'd say and the fish. I will. Yeah, I can Google this.
I think he's
Garibaldi.
sitting in there, purposely just sitting there again.
Oh, it's a Garibaldi, I guess. Garibaldi. Whatever that means.
The more I think about a channel cat, that's actually a pretty cool fish for Missouri. Because we got the Missouri and the Mississippi, and
Where are
we
you?
get some big catfish.
Just sitting there again.
Maybe.
I think she's up there laying eggs.
Okay, let's see what Colorado has. They probably have
Mountain?
probably some trout. You know, why isn't Tennessee got the Tennessee mountain trout?
Why does
That would have been a smart one.
Why don't I get
Because
alligator
this is Tennessee
gar?
and everybody's country and out fishing for bass.
Technically, the bass is only the state sport fish. The channel cat is the state commercial fish.
Well, Missouri's got dibs on the channel cat.
Technically speaking.
Technically speaking, you can have your string back. Bye, guys.
See you later.
Does anybody keep alligator gar? I think that's a cool fish.
I have thought about it.
James, what about you? Have you heard anybody keep an alligator gar?
Not recently. Like years ago, it was kind of a trend in the monster fish keeping world.
You can still see needle nose gars for sale.
Oh, hey.
I don't know if you know what a needle nose is, but
I'm Googling it right now.
Yeah.
Oh, and they're just little guys.
yeah, I mean, they'll get bigger, but
So let me pull this up. You all feel free to talk while I do this, but I want to show you a fish that's local to Tennessee and endangered that I didn't even know about until not long ago.
is it delicious?
I wouldn't eat it. There's probably a hefty fine that goes along with that.
I'm just trying to find my my creepy fish, because I don't think I'll ever be able to own that piranha. The chappie piranha. We should petition to get that thing renamed.
Oh, Colorado's state fish is the greenback cutthroat trout.
Jesus.
Anything with cutthroat, that's pretty cool.
That's a brutal name. That's a heavy metal fish right there. What do you got for us? What are you looking up there, Bubba?
Here we go. Let me get back in here and screen share real quick. Don't know how well you'll be able. Crap. Let me put it on the other screen. There we go.
Oh, that's a brutal looking fish there, Ed.
That's
There
the
we go.
Colorado fish.
Oh, look at that pretty little guy.
So this is a freshwater fish, despite the beautiful coloration. It is endemic to our area, Ed. And sorry, I had a message pop up. And it is an endangered species. I didn't even realize A, that we had such beautiful freshwater fish, and B, that we had them within 30 minutes of us. Well, 30 minutes to an hour, depending upon where you are here in Tennessee. So,
And I think they're in Cook County or no, near Cookville.
I believe so. It's kind of in between here and out that way. But there's a group. I think I opened a new pack. Just look around. If not, there's like 4 packs on your desk. There's a nonprofit organization here in Knoxville that's working with the University of Tennessee. That would honestly be like a little dream job for me if I didn't have to worry about money and all that. Because they're like an NPO, so you're not really making anything. But they're breeding a whole bunch of endangered species and local species here in Tennessee. And that would just be super cool to get in on. But it's just a gorgeous fish.
Yeah, I bet you'd like to rub some fish genitals, you weirdo.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I had to sneak that in.
That's what it's all about.
Those are really pretty. It's a shame that they don't let a fish like that go to hardcore people with aquariums that would see those fish bred and see them proliferate.
Right.
Is that the right word?
That's what they need to do.
Whatever. Sure,
they might make it a cares fish.
They might not, get re-released into the wild, but I mean, there?
If you're helping the species survive, I mean, that's the critical thing,
Sure.
Sheppy, we have this thing. It's called care fish, and they're fish that their habitat's been completely wiped out, or they're dying off, and different fish keepers across the country will take care of them and try to breed them, and eventually the goal is to repopulate the streams. But like down in Mexico, those streams are probably never going to be cleaned out.
Holy crap, I think I found my fish. The vampire fish.
The saltwater vampire fish? The deep water one?
I don't know.
They got mega teeth?
Oh, yeah, they got big old teeth. Oh, man.
It's all head. Yeah, that's a good fish.
It's a predatory fish found in the Amazon basin.
Oh, that's the one with the... Okay, that's the freshwater one. It's got 2 giant ones.
Yeah, that one.
Those are also... You can get those. Is that also a bucktooth tetra.
It's a species of dogtooth tetra.
Yeah, I'm trying to... Oh, Lucas Bretz has got them, and they're super fast. Priscilla, help me out. You know what it is.
I didn't call you Bubba because you're not a man.
Okay, so I don't know. They're out there somewhere. I forget who was asking about it, but if you look up conservation fisheries, they're based out of Knoxville, Tennessee. They're the ones that are doing the work with breeding and hopefully restocking that fish, and that will give you more information.
Thank you, Big J. No, that's very awesome, man. I think that's awesome that people are doing stuff like that. But like I said, it would be great if people, like yourself, you have 40 tanks or 50 or 100, who knows? Who knows?
Yeah.
And
why couldn't you have a tank of those and see what kind of fish they get along with? And
it's an Exodon tetra, like the official name.
Oh, that's the oh man,
I know vampire ones are like full-grown gigantic monsters.
Yeah, I don't know what I would do. That's just you could have nightmares about that fish.
Man, they got some great stuff in the Amazon. And you know what? They actually have one that's worse. It's a little bitty one, but it just burrows in. I think it's called a cookie cutter fish in the Amazon. And it just takes little round bites of meat right out of you. And it's actually like the worst fish in the Amazon for eating people.
Oh, that's a cookie cutter shark, I think.
Well, this one looks. There's one that lives in the Amazon, and it's like a little fish. It's not a shark. Cookie cutter fish.
Well, I mean, sharks are fish, aren't they?
Yeah, and then you have things like the
Yeah.
kangaroo that swim up the urethra in order to live.
Fun times.
Yeah, they live a parasitic life.
Remember, kids, wear your condoms when you go swim into the Amazon.
Yes, absolutely. Hashtag not sponsored by
What's
Trojan, but I take it.
If I got a tank, what size would he want? Really, I mean, I'd have to do a lot of research and figure out what kind of fish that I actually do want, because I kind of drift towards the creepy stuff.
Right.
So if I got a creepy kind of fish like an alligator gar or a toothfish, those fish get large. So it would be me constantly upgrading and maintaining and feeding that thing freaking cows and chickens and stuff to keep it alive. And at what point do you say, okay, that's enough?
I think a Bichir suits Chappie really well.
How do you spell that?
Bichir, and it's pronounced 27 different ways. Bichir, Bicker, Biker, Bashir.
Oh yeah, those are pretty.
But they've got several different kinds. I really, really love the ornates. Ed's looking for his right now to show you. Ed's got a beautiful, beautiful Bichir.
Yeah, Ed, let me see it. Come on, bud.
He might be up in the weeds. He likes to sit on top. They have a lung, so they like to sit on top.
Come on, Ed, pull
put
that
your
thing out.
finger
Let
in
us see
there.
it.
It's about this big.
Oh, yeah.
Jesus. Hey, it's not the size that matters. It's how you.
Yeah. I've seen that thing wiggle around. It's got some motion to it. The Bichir, for those of you that are getting off into the gutters, shame on you.
Chappie, I haven't met you, but I enjoy your words. Well, thank you very much. I'm just a big old creepy goofball. That's all I am.
Yeah, dude, we kind of kidnapped Chappie over into the fish fam, which is awesome because we get you not being in the hobby, bringing all sorts of awesome questions and interests and things that we kind of tend to overlook, from being involved in it for so long.
Sure. And I'm totally for that. Because really it's a beautiful sport, if you want to call it a sport. I think so. And just like I've said it a million times, the fish community is awesome. Ed, are you looking for your Bichir? Stick your red beard in there, bud. He might go for it. Suddenly the tank goes pink.
I don't know what happened to him. He's went to sleep. Like I say, he likes to sit on top of the weeds.
No, that's so. I mean, back to what size would I get? I couldn't tell you because I really have to do my homework, and my attentions are spread out a million different ways. Let me get back on Adderall. Let me get let me start thinking straight again, and I might get a fish then.
Jay, that might make an interesting video. I mean, I would watch it. And Jay had said, I have a Bichir who is preserved. Do you think that would make a cool video? His name was Hiku, if I pronounced that correctly.
Who is preserved? What does that mean? Like,
I'm assuming in formaldehyde.
That's what I was thinking. Like dead, and it's you had it stuffed and put googly eyes in it.
Yes.
Now I got to Google that now. Bichir, googly eyes. Nothing.
Yeah, Priscilla says my least. Wait, where'd it go? Oh, there it was. The guppy comment. I don't like guppies anymore since I started working at a fish store.
That's
I can
beautiful.
imagine. Yeah, that's the kind that Ed has. Absolutely gorgeous. Then I've got a couple ornates. Then I've got the standard Senegal.
Look up Ohio
They live forever.
Fish Rescue.
They live 20 to 30 years.
A Bichir does?
Yep.
Oh, that's a commitment. Oh.
Chappie said, I don't know about that. He said, can we go with the guppy, 2 years and I'm done?
It's literally a dinosaur fish.
Yeah.
No, I mean that
They're considered living fossils, if I'm not mistaken.
that's so badass.
Of course, if I am mistaken, somebody will correct me quickly, and that's fine. But I'm almost positive they're classified as living fossils.
Big J, Chappie, get 100-gallon with a vampire tetra. Oh man, I'd be the coolest kid on the block with my my creepy ass fish.
Priscilla, you are correct. Guppies are little hate machines in larger groups. I have over 100 in this 40-gallon tank, including fry, and some of them are just stinking mean.
Guppies, mean.
Yeah.
Well, I put a guppy in there to see what would happen. I think the Bisher ate him.
They don't look mean. I mean, I guess murderers don't always look like murderers. I understand that, but you say they're little hate machines, and I automatically think it listens to like Nine Inch Nails all the time. Like,
sometimes the females will bite the gondopodium off the boys. I'll let you figure that out.
Is that a word for penis there, Ed?
They will Lorena Bob at the male fish.
That's pretty.
Yeah.
brutal.
Okay. So here it is. One of many quote unquote living fossils. Bisher are the only living fossil fish commonly kept as pets. Bisher are bottom-dwelling freshwater fish native to Western Africa. They are among the most primitive of the ray-finned fish, the dominant group of modern fish, which arose about 395 million years ago.
I lost how you spell Bisher. Spell it again. B-I-S-E-R?
Bichir.
Holy crap.
Biker, Bicker, Bashir.
Bashir. There's so many different
fancy.
names.
You put your finger up with that one. I've got a Bashir fish.
Yeah. Or, you're like me with tattoos, or like Ed right now with the bandana. I got a biker.
Oh, man. Oh, you guys. Did you ever see?
Oh my God! Did you ever see a balloon electric ram?
What is?
No. What I did see was a balloon convict, and it was super cute. I took a photo
look at those
of it.
little guys.
Chappie, are you familiar with flower horns, and nuchal humps? Sorry.
That's a type of fish, I'm guessing. Oh, look at that.
But before we go any further, let me make sure everybody's aware that we're spelling it with the K, the way that it is correctly done, so as not to spam the chat with inappropriate language. But the flower horn has a nuchal hump on its head, which is a KOK pronounced cock. So you get a lot of people that have a lot of jokes that come with that one.
It looks like
that is a beautiful fish.
That was a balloon convict.
Wait,
Yeah,
show me
So
again.
cute.
as long as it's spelled KOK, we're fine. But people like to throw in the other spelling for something we're not talking about. But you get a lot of the big KOK cock comments about the flower horns. That might be a fun one for you on your stream.
Oh man, I don't know.
Check out the.
I prefer to say nougal.
Well, you take all the fun out of everything, Ed, don't you? Jeez.
I do. Those head things, man, are creepy.
Man,
They like bang them
haven't-
against the window or the glass, and it mushes in.
If y'all haven't subscribed to Ed and his red beard, I suggest y'all do that. He says stuff like nougal, and I mean,
yeah, I mean,
that's fun.
Chattanooga Ed is my safe word on the stream. Okay,
I don't know what that means, but thank you.
you're welcome.
Oh,
Priscilla,
man.
it just may be. I don't have a flower horn, so I think you got me beat.
Oh,
Yeah, and natural aquarist, I'm not a huge fan myself. I definitely think they can be interesting to look at, but I'm not. It's not my thing. And if it's your thing, that that's cool. I'm not hating on it. No offense, but it's just not my thing.
Oh man. Yeah, that's a funny looking fish. It looks like it's a brainiac
Yeah.
or something.
There was a lot of.
That's what I think. Brainiac. Or those aliens from that one Mars Attacks.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
For some reason, my sister thought I would love that movie. And for my birthday last year, she gave me the DVD and like a board game. It's like that movie's like
Nose and
so
Ginger.
old.
You're unpopular. You take your other way of pronouncing that elsewhere. That's no fun with the Coke. You just go watch Michael's Fish Room, okay? That's the way we're saying it.
Oh man, you kids play nice. Oh,
Big J asked if my hybrid was out of quarantine yet. I've got a hybrid. It's a mix between a red tail cat, which is crap. I forgot I got that on the stand. Let me see if I can do this real quick. Fade to black.
oh no! Show us what you're doing.
Well, I didn't want to give everybody motion sickness.
I don't care.
So there's my red tail. My little baby.
Oh, look at that little guy.
And now it's hiding. Of course, I was going to show you the tiger shovel nose because it's a mix between the two. It's a hybrid.
This is a solid silvery gray.
Oh, is that next to the green thing?
It
Yeah.
went under the rock. Oh,
Yeah.
I'm pointing to it like you can. Oh, there's my
thanks,
hand.
Ed.
Yeah.
Look,
Kind of see it there.
Yeah. He's like just kind of dangling his fins.
Yep. Okay, so the tiger shovel nose is not going to come out at the moment. There's one of the smaller Bisher up there. You can kind of see her. She just went back in there. There she is.
Yeah, I see. So they're not
You
very
know-
big fish.
They can get bigger.
mine's the smallest, or we'll get the small. That doesn't really
All
make
right,
sense.
I'm
but
gonna
if
Fully
you
grown,
want
it'll be the
smallest
smallest.
Fade
It'll
to
get to
black.
13 inches. I think
But,
his will get to what, 18?
I think the ornates do. I don't think the Senegals get quite as big. Maybe the
Okay.
ornates get bigger than that. But I'll tell you, I got the ornates 2 months ago, I think. I'd have to look at the video for an exact date. And they were only about that big.
Oh,
And they are bigger than Buddy now. I mean, they have quadrupled in size just in
so
a
how
couple
big?
of months.
How big can a Bisher
That's
get?
awesome.
Depending upon the species, it varies. Before I get too far off, though, to finish answering your question, Big J, I want to move the red tail cat up into the next tank, and then bring the hybrid in here because the red tail is big enough at this point to munch on that little hybrid. So I'm going to move the red tail over in with the ornate Bishers and the what else is in there? The green terror, vampire pleco, and the clown loaches and the clown knives.
Miss Griffin, you have a wonderful night and thanks for visiting.
Yes, good
Bye,
night.
Miss Griffin. I hope you have a great night. I appreciate you hanging out with us.
Yeah, she's super cool.
Oh yeah.
Thank you so much.
I just wonder, is there a type of fish that if I just stuck my hand in the tank, it would like to be pet? Is that weird to ask?
I've had
I mean, you can get
goldfish that way.
Oscars, yeah, and then a lot of Oscars you can get them that way.
My mollies are so stupid you can do that.
My guppies are the same because all they think is that if the lid opens up, food's hitting the surface. So you can literally scoop them out by the handful, and they're like, "Oh, we're getting fed." Oh no, we're not.
Oh,
Yeah.
we're being fed. too.
Yeah, I've got a couple of guppies over at the piranha tank at this point, just because I was scooping duckweed out of the guppy tank, and I couldn't get them
Flower.
separated. So
Flower horn like to be touched. I mean, it's
I've
I've
seen
heard
that.
that Perth. Yeah. Midas, that's another one. A lot of big cichlids.
But I have had goldfish that are the same way.
yeah. You see Precious picking up hers.
Hey, Law, what?
Now, some goldfish are just so slow and ball-like they can't get away.
Good
I
night,
don't know if I
Mr.
could have
Griffin
one of
Fish Room.
those ping pong balls. You just feel so bad for them. They're just like, I can't swim. I can't.
Oh, yesterday when I was in Nashville, not yesterday, but last week when I was in Nashville with Ginger Graves, they had
I don't want to hear
some
about it.
goldfish that just their eyeballs just look straight up, and we felt so sorry for those
The
guys.
starry-eyed ones.
They're straight up.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
they had to go blind just looking in the light all the time.
Yeah, their eyes stick out, and they goes. Yeah, I think they're called starry-eyes or something like that.
I will not buy those.
No,
give
I'm
me-
really thinking about this vampire tetra. That is a really cool fish.
Then Jason Fish Tropic says, "Get a black knife fish. He will feed right from your hand. Great fish."
Wow, I've had only a couple of knives, and they've always been kind of skittish for me.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that. That's a beautiful fish.
I know my ghost, or I keep wanting to say ghost knife. My clown knives both like to hide and are fairly skittish. But if I drop not all the foods, but specifically the
Brine shrimp?
Kari carnivore pellets, the sinking carnivore pellets, as soon as those things hit the water, they smell it, they are out in an instant. I mean, they do not care if the light's on or not. Other foods, they'll come out kind of cautiously, but when those things hit the water, they are all over them.
Yep, Sharpie's with us.
Chappie needs a knife. Oh, Chappie needs all kinds of fish. I think I need a 1,000-gallon tank.
Right.
You know what? How about a African lungfish?
Oh,
that
yeah.
would be a cool chappie fish.
You got to feed them with the tongs because they've got sharp, sharp teeth. But they will eat from your hand.
Hey, Bella. We got Brad with us again. Brad, I haven't forgotten about that message you sent me. I'm still kind of pondering over that. I think without going into detail on it, the first and the last part of that are kind of so similar that it seems off to me. I like it, but I think it could be tweaked to sound even better.
The lungfish is related to the bichir and the ropefish. It has a lung, so it can breathe out of the water. But it looks more like a moray eel. That's when you brought up electric eel, or somebody did. I mean, they're just an ugly, ugly fish.
So Jay asked Chappie, how do you feel about the original experiment glowfish that were injected with similar chemically altered?
Be very careful.
Myrcene or Murcry? I don't know what that means.
That was your best answer.
I think they're cool. They're pretty. I don't know. It's probably not good for the fish, though, is it? I mean,
that's what a lot of people have problems with. Europeans get really upset with Americans because of them.
I know a lot of people get mad at. I was talking to Precious about this. People get mad at goldfish owners because they're not a true fish or whatever, because they were bred that way. And
hey, Select Pet.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Get a pond like yours, Big J. If I had property, if I actually do eventually build a house, I will have a huge pond. I'll have a fucking moat. Sorry.
You're good.
I'll have a moat around my house with beautiful fish in it that I could.
I think you get 3 swear words before you're rated R.
We hate kids. It's okay.
Yeah.
No. We don't want kids in here. Trust me.
Oh, I hate them.
Yeah. Well, I don't hate kids. Don't get me wrong.
Let's see. What was it? Oh, African tiger fish for Chappie is what Select Pet said.
African tiger.
You're going to need a bigger tank. Yeah, see, Zen Ginger is a glowfish fan, so I stay out of that fight.
Look at that bad boy. Ooh. Can I fight him with my hand? I don't think I'd want to do that. So we'll see.
Bella has a carnival goldfish. That's how a lot of people got started in the hobby. It's goldfish from the fair. Carnival, either or.
Most people
I
end up
don't
flushing.
think I've ever seen them at a carnival.
You throw the ping pong ball in the goldfish. Really?
I don't know.
Just Google it.
Oh, I've seen it on like TV and stuff, but I've never seen it in a Missouri fair. I don't know.
Yeah, Miss Fever brings up a good point. Ed says she meant to say kids, not fish. Ed says that he hates kids, but Ed has gladly on several occasions let my children drag him around the fish store, pointing out fish to him.
I only say I hate kids because of the whole whatever it's called, the YouTube kababa. What is it?
Oh, the kappa. Yeah.
Yeah, for kappa, I hate kids.
Ed has on
These
several
are only
occasions.
for adults.
I'm like, kids, leave him alone. Ed's like, it's fine. They can drag me around and show me the fish tags. Yeah, I think Bob had to pull down that. Well, I don't know, had to, but I think Bob pulled down the video where he came over and did the fish room tour at the house here, because I couldn't find it the other day. Zen was asking about it, and I think he might have pulled it down because my youngest one was leading him through the house, telling him what all the fish were. So he may have had to pull that down for Kappa.
He
be
he
safe.
probably was afraid of the cop. You see, that whole COPPA thing is
Well,
such a
and I
joke.
may see if he's not going to have it on his. If you'll talk to him, because you'll see him before I do. If he's not going to have it on his, see if he'll let me put it on mine. Because it was a cool video, and with it being my kid, they can't hit me with anything.
And
Oh,
I mean, you
cool.
can mark it as all ages. You're not going to collect any data off of it.
Yeah.
So no comments, no advertising. I don't think it doesn't count against watch hours or anything like that. But you do have to mark it as child programming. So I was corrected. Where was it at? They're not dyed. So I'm not sure how they make the glowfish, but
Originally, they dipped them. Some are actually, depending on what size fish it is, they in Asia they tattoo them. Like they put the dye under their scales.
Oh.
Now they've actually bred them with jellyfish to come up with the crazy colors. And they're born that way. They also would inject the mothers with the dye for a while so the babies would come out. I've heard so many different crazy things. But the new thing is that they've got jellyfish DNA in them.
I mean, the science side of me thinks that is really cool. Don't get me wrong, but I mean, I don't really care one way or the other if you like them or if you don't. It's up to you. I don't think nobody should really care what kind of fish you keep unless it's very inhumane and you're
I
not
concur.
keeping it in the right conditions.
Right. I can agree with that 100%.
You know, don't make piranha vegan. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
You know,
And that's the only time I would ever raise a stink about someone having a fish.
they added that jellyfish DNA to cats too in Japan, and they've glow-in-the-dark cats. Have you seen that?
Wow. I have not seen that. That's crazy.
Yeah, they did that about a year ago. So they have glow-in-the-dark cats. They have glow cats.
I'm going to get some of that and just add it to myself so I don't need studio lighting.
Yeah.
You can get the spray tan, you'll be orange.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I could just turn on the overhead light and I'll be orange. I'll be shiny.
LOL, what, Chappie, are there any small rivers close to you with low water dams? I don't know. I don't think so. Maybe. Yeah, we got Lake Ray Roberts here. We got tons of lakes.
Japanese glow cats.
Yeah. Yeah, we got yeah. Yeah, real crazy.
Oh.
Oh, the cats that glow under black light and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah,
That is
the
crazy.
Japanese did that.
Is as if you didn't need a reason to think your cat was creepy enough.
Yeah. Oh,
So
man.
strange.
The things that they do.
Hey, Lauren, what's happening? Welcome to the stream.
Yeah, Nevea, I agree 100%. Said anything that is genetically engineered to be other than what it is intended to be usually have issues. Yeah.
Eh,
I mean, you can eventually get rid of it, but generally speaking, when you're starting out the process, it's kind of like line breeding guppies or anything else. You know, you're going to have things that need culled from the line in order to get what you're actually desiring in terms of traits and characteristics and all that good stuff.
I mean, I'm no geneticist, so
It worked out for
Well, neither
Steve
am I.
Rogers.
Yeah.
you know, I'm no geneticist, and I can't say whether that's here nor there or if it's right or wrong. And and I can't disagree with you. That's probably right. That's unfortunately how science gets made. You have to, what is
Yeah.
it, break a few eggs to make an omelet or whatever.
Right. Absolutely.
I'm not saying it's right or wrong. Once again, it's what people do, and yeah. I don't know.
So,
You know,
Chappie,
snakeheads might be illegal in Texas, but that would be a great fish for you.
What's that?
yeah.
A snakehead. If it's, I wouldn't be surprised if it's illegal in your state, because that's a state that could be threatened by them.
Are they not banned nationally? They may not be, but for some reason I was thinking they were, and I may be thinking of another country because I talked to people in other countries about invasive species and laws and things. But I thought they,
Tropical states. A hard time with the snakeheads.
All snakeheads are prohibited species in Texas.
That's what I was figuring.
Yeah, Natural says I think they're banned nationally now. I'm almost positive that they are nationally banned now. Again, I could be wrong, but I was like pretty sure that that was just one of those you're not going to get it. Because piranha are banned in a lot of states. Every state that touches the state of Tennessee, they're banned in. We're just in this nice little circle that's surrounded by but we can have them here.
It's so stupid they can't live in our waters.
Yeah, and like Sharpie says, probably the only one in here that could go out today and buy a snakehead. Just like Canada, they're outlawed in Canada. They're not going to survive in Canada.
What are you going to do?
Yeah.
They're really bad, though. They've messed up Florida really bad.
They have. Well, I mean, so have common plecos, though, but you don't see common plecos being banned, I mean, look at what they're doing in that spring where those manatees go in the wintertime, and they can't even get a moment's relief because they're covered in these massive common plecos.
Yeah.
Yeah, those are suckerfish, right?
I was at a Halloween party, and this guy went down to Florida, and he was fishing Oscars.
Yeah.
And he said every single time he was pulling out a huge Oscar, and he said they were delicious. So he was actually carving them up and eating them.
There you go.
Crazy.
But yeah, the Hypostomus blacostomus, if I remember correctly. Which I think there's an old wives' tale. You're not supposed to say the full name or your pleco is going to jump out of the tank. Hopefully not true, because I have a lot of plecos.
What?
So.
What?
There's like one of those old wives' tale type of things that you're not supposed to say the full name plecostomus. You're just supposed to say pleco. Otherwise, the next day you'll find your pleco in the floor.
Why does that sound like a creepy pasta that I'd never read?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Now, I don't think I said hello, but hello, Lauren Ashley. Glad to have you in here.
You used to have a pleco that got really big. I mean, they're cool looking, but I'm kind of digging this vampire tetra and the African tigerfish. I mean, I don't think I could ever keep something like that, but they're cool looking.
So I wouldn't have a problem with pet slow and pet fart. I like that. Banning common plecos. I do think they have their place in the hobby. I don't think they should be the starter pleco that they're deemed to be by most chain stores. Case in point, I've got 2 common plecos in with 25, of the most aggressive Pygocentris piranha. I wouldn't put another type of pleco in there. They don't get big enough, and they aren't quite aggressive enough, if you will, to hang with the piranhas.
Oh, so if a piranha goes at it, it's going to go back and scare.
Yeah, the plecos bully the piranhas around. They don't think anything about it. They don't see them as a threat. I've got one. Let me fade to black here.
You keep doing that to me. I want to.
Yeah. You see that guy hanging out on the front of the tank with all those piranha around him?
Yeah.
No F's given. Not worried in the least.
And you can see the piranha looking at him like, one day.
Yeah. And there's the other one back on the substrate back there.
Oh, yeah. The little guy. Well, probably not that little, but. How many piranha do you have?
There are 25 in there.
25?
Yep.
Wow. That's enough to throw a Bible salesman into.
Yeah. All right. Everybody that's not Chappie, close your eyes while I spin this camera around. 3, 2, 1. Wait for the delay.
Oh, so that wasn't bad at all.
Mm.
Get out of Was here. There a cat up high?
No.
Oh.
I don't think so.
I thought I saw a cat way high. I don't know.
I don't think so. Oh, no, that's the remember those Halloween masks I got? 90%
off? I got you. Well, it was a cat.
So yeah, technically there's a cat head up there.
Priscilla said put a guppy in there, LOL.
Actually there is a guppy in there. I can show you that, I think.
I want to see a feeding frenzy from those guys. I mean, it may sound wrong. I don't want you to feed them for like a week and then throw something in
I
there.
just lost my earpiece.
That probably sounds terrible. I'll have to say that again.
Now the guppy has run away. Bear with me. Let me get my headphones back. So I'll let them settle down for a minute, and then I'll feed them. But here, let's do this.
I love his light blocker.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
Some USPS boxes there.
No, so I was saying, don't feed them for a few days, like a week, and then throw something in there and see them go crazy.
Well, they didn't eat since the day before yesterday.
Oh, okay, there we go.
Yeah, so they're ready to eat. But when I rolled the chair, I've got floor vents. So the wheel caught the floor vent, and that pissed them off because they don't like the vibration. Kind of like stomping around.
I get you.
Can you stick like a chicken leg or something in there?
I don't have a chicken leg.
Will they eat a chicken leg? Really?
Oh, I'm sure they would. I can guarantee they would.
You probably get 1 million views if you did that. Feeding my piranhas chicken legs.
Right?
No, we just found his viral idea.
Yeah. I shot some of his piranhas eating in slow motion. It was pretty cool, but I was learning how to do slow motion, and I only could get like 5 seconds. I should have held it there for like 20 minutes, so I'd get like a full 30 seconds.
Brad says the chat has me covered up anyways. Huh. I'm not sure what device you do. I'm guessing you're on mobile then if it's covering me up.
Jay is asking, how often do you feed?
Generally, I feed every day. Yesterday, I didn't. They were doing fine. I'm trying to cut back a little bit on feeding them.
They're getting a little chubby.
They're getting a little chubby, but also I'm trying to see how long they can go without getting overly aggressive. As you can see, they're being fairly aggressive at the moment compared to how they normally
see that.
are.
Yeah,
Normally they're not
riled
like
up.
that. So that lets me know that I need to stick with my once a day feedings because they're not happy. Normally, anybody that's watched the streams before, when I have it set, to the piranha tank, they just sit there and just kind of, they'll move a little bit and one might chase another one around on occasion, but usually they don't get quite as confrontational as they are right now.
So is this tank heated at all, or?
It is heated. That one is heated to 28.3 degrees Celsius.
How about Fahrenheit for us dummies?
82.
Thank you.
Okay, so that's relatively warm.
81. Actually. Yeah, hold on a second. I can tell you.
Look at that pleco, right? The
is charging, so I can't hear you. Bear with me though.
Yeah, who thinks he should feed his piranhas a chicken leg and just put it on YouTube?
Me.
Oh man, yeah.
Be so cool.
It's currently 27.9 degrees Celsius or 82.2 degrees Fahrenheit.
Man, look at those guys. They are riled up. I love it.
All right. Well, it looks like they're not going to run. So if you all want a feeding, I'll go grab them some food.
Yeah. Yeah, do what you do, bud. We're just going to chill here and watch these guys. In fact, you should probably put it on the main screen.
Yeah.
All right. Bear with me here.
Really? I mean, how much are piranhas? And why do they seem like finicky fish to own?
Well, they're not that like these guys normally don't get scared unless there's some sort of vibration of the tank, like when I rolled across that floor vent and the chair bumped over.
Sure.
But you'll see here when I get the food in just a second, and I'll shake the food can, they'll start swarming around at the glass.
Oh man.
I'm trying to see how to make. Okay, there we go. Give me a second, and I will be right back.
And they really are just real pretty. What do you call those? Red belly piranhas or something? I don't know.
These are related to red bellies. They're slightly more aggressive. They are a Caribe or Caribe. It's Caribe, but they are still a pygocentris, which is what the red belly is.
They weren't angry enough, so I had to go for the super angry ones. No, that's awesome. They're beautiful. Oh, look at those guys. Oh man.
These guys have like a little bit of sparkle on their tops versus a normal red belly. I think that's a little different, isn't it?
Yeah, look at them go crazy. Nom, 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 nom. Nom, 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 nom,
So
nom,
that
nom,
is
nom,
a
nom.
small size pellet that I feed. I feed a larger size too, but I like the small size pellet because it gives the plecos an opportunity to go through the gravel after the fact and get a hold of some. I mean, they'll still dig through the gravel. The piranha will still dig through the gravel for the small pellets, but they'll
Here
leave
comes
more
some
behind for the
lake guys.
plecos. So that is a 2 millimeter, I think. Yeah, that's a 2 millimeter sinking pellet. Let me go grab my big pellets.
So I'm reading a forum post, captive diet for piranhas. Someone was asking if you can feed raw chicken to your piranha. And this is what it says. Captive diet for piranhas. The diet of a captive piranha should consist of at least 95% whole fishes or part of fishes. These can be varied, but some species are more nutritious than others. For example, some good choices to feed your piranhas regularly are those of what is called white flesh. These include or are limited to, but are not limited to, sea fish, God bless it, catfish, sea bass, striper, flounder, scrod, blackfish, halibut, and tilapia. These fish are bland but nutrient packed. Um,
Tilapia is a great fish to feed to meat eaters because it's so cheap and it's healthy. I used to grind tilapia up with shrimp and beef heart and feed my discus.
So this is a larger sinking pellet from Hikari. This is actually their cyclic gold sinking pellet.
oh man, they
They
are
like
just
those.
going nuts. And so just think, you're in the Amazon and you got that to contend with.
I haven't seen the chat since I started this. How many people have told me to put my hand in the tank?
At
About
least,
8.
yeah, at least everybody.
That's a
Yeah,
shrimp
everybody's
wafer right
been
there.
asking.
Oh, no way, really?
Yeah, even when they're all riled up and eating, they're still not the killers that the movies make them out to be. You can see they thought about it and they really quickly decided they weren't going to do it. They didn't instantly run, but once they figured out it was not food, they were like, nope, we're getting away from
It makes me wonder, if you didn't get them used to your hand, would they not try to take a nibble?
What was that?
Priscilla wants you to put your head in there.
No, because that's going to be really difficult to do, physically speaking.
But Priscilla's so cool.
Yeah, no, I'm not getting the step stool and putting my head in there. Y'all get me 1,000 likes on the video, any video, and I'll put my head in there.
We didn't say which head.
Now
Oh.
I'm covered in duckweed.
Oh, man.
So yeah, they are not the ferocious murderers that the movies make them out to be.
So it looks like I can't find a good answer. Can you feed raw chicken to piranhas? I
Let
don't
me
think
get
you can.
let me get my earbud back in here, and I'll be right with you. That way I can hear you a little bit better. Hold on a second, Bubba. All right, I heard raw chicken and piranhas.
All right, so some people are saying not to do it. Other people are saying once in a while won't hurt. Makes the tank stink like spoiled chicken for a day or so after. Keep the lid closed. Nothing wrong with this. Obviously, rinse the meat very well to take off some of the oils on it. And after the feeding, get any particles out the best you can.
Well, here is my take on that.
I don't think anybody
Yeah.
would do that. That just seems like a pain in the ass.
I'm going to look at it from two different perspectives. The first perspective being your water quality. You obviously don't want something in there that's going to foul up the water really quickly.
Oh, sure.
Cause poor water conditions. that would be my primary reason for not doing it. That being said, you've got to figure, and again, these were wild caught. Granted, they were an inch or smaller when I got them, but nonetheless, they're still wild caught. What would they be eating right now if they hadn't been caught and sent to an aquarium? They would be eating different fowl and things that, died off in the water,
Sure.
carcasses, things of that nature. So from that perspective, I don't see anything wrong with it. It's kind of like Father Fish fed a feeder rat to his red-tailed cat the other day, and a lot of people got really upset about it. And I'm going, you do realize that a massive, 3 foot, 100 and whatever pound red-tailed catfish that's eating off the bottom of the river is going to be chewing on carcasses from time to time, right? I mean, these things are not eating pellets out in the wild,
No, there's no Amazonian man going, that's
Yeah.
enough for you. I'm gonna let your brother eat.
So that's again my biggest thing when I look at what I'm feeding is, will it affect the water quality? That's the first thing that's going to deter me from feeding.
Sure. No, and like you did something like that, you'd automatically have to change the water. Like
More than likely, it would depend on
Yeah.
how greasy, if you will, which I know it's raw. It's not necessarily greasy per se, but you get what I'm saying. If you take a piece of chicken and dip it in there, you're going to see all those oils on the top of the water.
Sure.
That's not something that I want to put into my water column. Not to say that I would never do it. Like if I was about to do a big water change, and I thought that was something that would be beneficial to them for whatever reason, yeah. But realistically, I breed convict cichlids so that I can feed those to them, amongst other things. So,
I mean, I think it would be cool if you did a video where they feed on a live fish.
I mean, we could drop one in there if nobody was going to freaking panic and run in the chat. Some people get offended to that, but
Hey, folks, who out there wants to see his piranhas feed in their natural habitat, in a natural way that they normally would? This is kind of an after dark stream, and I understand that some people's sensitivities aren't prepared for something like this. But with that being said, it's not something you get to see every day.
See, that's the thing. My only problem with feeder fish is the typical commercially available feeder fish, because they're usually so parasite ridden or riddled. And they've usually got diseases. They're malnourished. They've been living with all these other dead fish in the same conditions. I have nothing against people breeding their own feeder fish and feeding healthy feeder fish.
No, I think that's brilliant. We breed cow to eat, to consume, and goat and chicken. And
my plan is actually, when I get them in the bigger tank, to have a section boxed off, to where those convict cichlids are actually living in the same tank, but on the other piece of like lighting diffuser or caging, if you will.
Yeah.
So they're breeding in the tank with the piranha. The fry are small enough to go through to the other side as they grow up and venture out and all those things. So it's almost like a self-sustaining auto feeder fish thing. Of course, I'm supplementing on a regular basis with different pellets and
Wow, those guys are still hungry. Look at them.
that they will eat. I could literally feed them that entire jar of food and they would continue to eat. They will eat until I stop feeding them.
They are not the smart then.
I don't see anybody freaking out. I think
people want to see it.
I'm going to go real quick, grab a net and grab a convict cichlid, and I will be right back.
Yee. I'm so happy. Here we see the piranha in the tank, prepared to eat its live meal. What? Feeder fish should be kept a month before feeding them to other fish, treated like any other fish in quarantine. I read that as threatened every day. Like, I don't know why I read threatens. Like, oh, you're going to get eaten. You know that? You're going to... I'm just reading what I want to read now. I apologize.
I do that all the time.
Oh, the Zen Ginger's going to leave. Okay, Zen.
Oh, Zen.
Just, turn your phone around or something. They will eat themselves to death, you believe? That's crazy. Oh.
And the other side of the tank with it. I don't know how much
Oh.
you actually got to see of that. Let me grab my earbud.
I totally missed it.
No, it was. They
Oh,
took a
it's
nibble.
back, spit the head out. They're in the corner with the head right now, and that one's running back to the other tank.
Wouldn't it have been cool if that was such a tough fish that they would have all went for it, and then he was like, "Come for it."
Well, I will tell you this: I put a group of 10 of them in there one day, and it wasn't even my intent at that point. I actually had them floating in basically a colander while I was moving them around, and a couple of them got loose actually into the tank. So I was like, "Screw it! I'll just dump them all in there." I
Oh
had
no!
one that survived over a week.
Oh man,
Yeah.
he was the bad boy, wasn't he?
They finally got a hold of him, but yeah, it kept outmaneuvering and outsmarting and getting up under that driftwood and in the cracks and crevices. So sorry that wasn't probably up to what everybody was expecting, but I mean that's the realism of when they get a hold of those.
Yeah. And, well, the other fish is swimming for its life as
Yeah.
much as it can.
Yeah, it's not something that you can really quote unquote show off like you can. Feeding pellets, I can target them and direct them.
Sure.
The other reason I don't like feeding the adult convicts like I just fed there for the most part is because the size is close enough to what they are now that it makes them start to wonder about eating each other. And I don't want them to get the idea of eating each other. I've got one in here right now that's got a small bite in its head, but it'll be fine. I've had them take entire chunks out of each other on occasion before over territory, but I don't even pull them out of that tank when that happens because I don't want to reintroduce them and that happen when I stick one fish in there. But
Sure.
it's got enough tannins in that water, and I just do extra water change when that happens, and it heals right up.
So you see that the piranha have calmed down tremendously. They're remarkably. I mean, I don't. They've just they're in chill mode now. Like, oh man, that food hit the spot.
Yeah, now there are about a dozen of them that are underneath the log, probably messing with the head still.
Are they really?
With the glare, you can kind of see the tails behind that rock.
Yeah.
The glare is bouncing off of it. There are about a dozen of them with their noses down in the gravel, thrashing around with something. So I'm assuming there's some remains of the head over there. Here, we'll put you on that one.
Yeah, one time, Joey, King of DIY, I really like his stream, or not his stream, but his shows. But he went on and on about how you should never feed anything live to your fish, and anybody who doesn't have nuts. And I really lost a lot of respect for him there. That, he's ripping on people for feeding their fish what they want to eat. And I mean, there's so many different types of fish. At the aquarium, at the zoos, there's animals that have to eat, they only take live fish.
Right.
So that was one thing I disagreed with Joey on is, you don't have to feed all fish live fish, but some it's healthy and good for them to move and go after it,
So Jay asked this. Jay's crazy. My Palecos love salmon feed with less. My Palecos love salmon feed with less worry because the transfer rate of parasites. But I worry about trying freshwater fish. Say I caught one and only 8.5. What do you think?
You've got to be really careful about anything wild caught in terms of introducing parasites and organisms into your tank. Even like those of us that religiously quarantine, I mean, I have a rack specifically set up for quarantining fish from the fish store. When I still have wild caught fish that I've had for 3 months now that I refuse to put in a tank with my other fish because I don't trust them yet.
Yeah, I quarantine all my fish also. Right now I've got a 20 long filled with 12
Hey, Mark.
blue platies. And I'd love to throw them in with my mollies, and I'm just not going to do it.
I notice OFR doesn't feed hot dogs anymore after the King of DIY's rant on them either.
I don't know who OFR is.
Ohio Fish Rescue, Big Rich.
Oh,
Yeah,
Big Rich.
I wouldn't I wouldn't feed hot dogs, and I don't care if somebody did, but just simply the fact of all that processed meat just doesn't seem like a good idea.
I mean,
There's a
it'd
big
probably have to
difference.
be a high quality hot dog, right?
Yeah, well, there's a big difference in a raw piece of chicken and a really, really processed tube of waste meat product stuff.
Honestly, I think Big Rich would probably be more of an expert than Joey.
Well, yeah,
Since
no, and I don't disagree
Joey's
with you.
just a normal schmuck that was awesome at making things.
So
And
Jay's
he's,
asking,
done a great job.
what if I'm freezing the fish? Question mark. Anything?
I don't know. I'd have to look it up.
Okay, so if you all see that black filter tube coming up on the far left, you see a little gold thing swimming around in front of it. That's a guppy. It's actually yellow, but it looks gold in the picture. It just went off camera to the left. But
Yeah, I saw
there's
it.
there's a little 1-inch guppy. It's kind of, well, and it turned around again. You'll probably see it pop out again. It's like, oh crap, I need to be on this side of the tank now. Freezing the fish.
Freezing doesn't necessarily kill bacteria and disease.
And Priscilla also brings up a good point, but no, I don't really think. Well, here's the thing: I don't necessarily disagree that freezing will kill parasites, but there are still things that can survive, which is why you have things like what is it, BioPure or whatever. There is still a very, very, very small possibility of something managing to survive the freezing process. It's kind of like people say, well, if you boil it, that kills everything. No, there's bacteria that lives in hot springs well above boiling or in geysers, you know?
Yeah, it's like 99.99%.
Yeah.
It's that
You would-
0.01 that you're worried about.
You would probably be safe. You would probably be safe. I would not guarantee it nor stake my name on it, but you would probably be safe. But like Priscilla said, excuse me, like I feed sick freshwater fish to saltwater fish, but wouldn't feed them to freshwater fish. Yeah, there are a lot of things that are non-transferable. That's why one of the easiest ways, if you've got some guppies or some mollies or some platies, or I should be platies. I've not done platies. I've done guppies and mollies before, and you've got like a bad bacterial infection or something you just cannot seem to get rid of. I've converted them over to full marine salt before, because a lot of that stuff doesn't transition over. Like the bacterias and the parasites that live in freshwater a lot of times can't make the transition to salt, even when like the fish itself can a lot of times.
So I'm just going to ask, are saltwater fish a little bit more robust than freshwater?
Not really. The only reason that really has any impact is because a lot of the parasites that are designed to live in freshwater can't make that transition. And most of the fish can't make that transition, but you have, select things like a guppy. You can transition a guppy to full salt.
Mollies,
Yeah, mollies.
a lot of puffers.
Yeah.
I did not know that.
So I did that with some. I got some guppies, or I got some mollies and a guppy off of a gentleman that was trying to treat this really bad bacterial funk thing, and I tried a couple of the different standard like general cures and whatnot.
We are done feeding. We are done feeding, Mr. Zen.
Oh, move, pretty kitty.
We want the super mod back in here.
So what I did was I just slowly converted them over to full salt, 1.026, and left them in there. Bacteria went away. They healed up just fine. No problems whatsoever. And again, you can't do that with all fish, but with fish that you are able to do that too, that is a suggestion when all else fails.
That's scary when you think about it, because unless you're breeding your own fish that you just happen to get that weren't, parasite ridden, you're going to a fish store that's maybe of ill repute.
I need to fix this. There we go.
You might be going to a fish store that's of ill repute, and I don't know how common it is, but they could be introducing bacteria into your tank. How often does that happen?
Box stores, fairly often. A large majority of the time. A lot of the nastiest stuff that you get comes from like the bigger chain stores. You can get it from mom and pop stores too. But a lot of times, because the box stores don't necessarily care for their fish as well as some of the local fish stores do, they don't have the employees invested the same as a mom and pop store does.
Oh, sure.
You just got somebody that shows up to work that's not necessarily a fish person that goes, "Oh, I have to put these things in a bag and throw a bunch of food in the tank."
Yeah, he knows it's 2 shakes of the fish
Yeah.
food every day.
Petco, PetSmart, they want to sell you tanks and supplies, and then
Sure.
they give you fish cheap just to fill it, but they don't care if they're healthy or not a lot of times. I mean, and you have some wonderful managers also out there that do care. So
You do. Well, and you have to remember from a business standpoint, the average life of a hobbyist is, I don't even think, 2 years. Now, a lot of us have been in here for a long, long time, but we are not the standard statistic. But the average aquarist lifespan in terms of how long they're in the hobby is not that long. So, like you're saying, their goal is to sell you as much crap as they can up front, get the money now because you're probably not going to be in the hobby for a very long time. And that way they've gotten their money.
and they're the reason why people don't stick around because
Yeah.
all the fish just keep dying.
So Fish Tropic just said every fish you buy has parasites or some type of bacteria.
Yeah, you have to have beneficial bacteria.
Hey, Cianza, how you doing, Bubba?
But another problem was he was telling you about that saltwater guppy he has. Well, not in that tank, but somewhere. A lot of our guppies are made over in Asia where they don't have great tap water. And so they're bringing in salt water, and the guppies are being bred in salt water. And they just look amazing. They come over here, and one of my local fish stores, he just opened up. He bought a whole mess of them, and I loved them because they were Kansas City Chief colors. They were yellow and red and white. So I kind of bought them out. I bought 24 of them. And literally, within a week, they all died. And I think it was because I didn't add salt.
Oh,
But
hey.
I purposely don't salt my guppies because I want my guppies pure fresh water. I'll salt them if they're sick, but I won't salt the water just. And then Bob Kaler, he's one of my friends. He went to that pet store and he said he looked in that fish tank and all the other guppies were dead in that tank too. So
Oh, that's terrible.
it's a problem with the whole saltwater thing. And
I mean, I feel like that's something you could probably test for. You could test for salinity in the water
yeah, well,
when you get the fish.
a schmuck like me though. Wait, the problem was he didn't have salt in his water either.
Oh, that's
at
right.
that
They
store.
just came straight over. Yeah. Yeah, I get
So,
you.
they lived for about a week and then all their organs shut down. Now, I do have 7 babies. So, and they've been slowly growing in that tank. And I'm hoping that they become pretty. But
Yeah. So Nevea says, "Let me tell you, on stocking day, the chain stores just float and dump water, dead fish, bacteria, and all. Yuck! I was there and saw, and I pitched a fit." Yeah, absolutely. And if you go, not a shameless plug, but shameless plug here. If you watch my LFS fish store unboxing, that was at a mom and pop store. That's my number one go to for my fish. I don't go anywhere else actually. If you notice, they didn't do that. They had the bucket handy just like we would do as hobbyists. They dumped all that nasty water into a bucket and then put just the fish into the tanks. No dead fish. And if there was anything that didn't look right, it didn't go in the tank, or they just didn't accept that order.
and Priscilla's 100% right. It wasn't their fault that their supplier sold them saltwater fish. And I didn't take those
Sure.
fish back and ask for money back. It was almost $60 worth of guppies
Ooh.
because I know the guy's just starting out and I'm not going to just do that.
Yeah, you live, you learn. I'm sure he asked his supplier, "Hey, what happened?"
Yeah.
And
But I've had a hard time buying anything else from him. I've only been back once. I need to go back and be nice.
I mean, unfortunately, it's like anything. You don't care how nice the guy is. It just in the back of your mind, it puts this image of that happened. Do I want it to happen again?
Exactly.
And it's not really that you dislike the guy. It's just that. It's, do I want to waste another 60 or $100 on fish?
Yeah,
Yep.
no, and Priscilla's absolutely right. There, you can determine pretty much nothing from the fish, the water that's in with the fish when they show up to the fish store. because they're getting bagged and then shipped and then rebagged and shipped and rebagged. And so by the time they get there, and I've heard people say, well, test the pH that they're coming out of when the pet store gets them. That doesn't matter.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, because the fish will survive for a week or two.
Yeah, 2 baggings ago, the pH may have been 2 points off, and we don't know it because you're testing, plus you're going to have things like ammonia and ammonium that are going to factor in with pH and all that, but that's further down the rabbit hole.
You just pray that it doesn't happen to you.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
Well, you find a good, dependable source, and that's really all you can do. If you find an LFS that's trying to do the best they can, and sell healthy fish and keep fish healthy. And like Priscilla said, if something's wrong, they put not for sale on the tanks and they don't sell anything out of it. And then it comes down to us, quarantining. And again, I don't think there's anybody in here that can say that they've quarantined every single fish 100% their entire life. If you have, kudos to you. But, we do the best we can with what we have. And sometimes we take what you could call a mitigated risk by not quarantining. But in the instances I have done that, I have meds on hand here, in the fish room. So I may take a risk with something. It's very rare, but if I have like 9 fish that are coming in that are going to go into a tank that already has 2 fish in it, does it make more sense for me to separate those 9 fish into 9 10-gallon tanks, or put them into a 100-gallon tank, and if something does go wrong, to treat the in that big tank,
And Jay Jr. brings up a good point. Fish stores should quarantine for a month. Used to back in the day. Okay, so I'm not saying that isn't wrong, but a lot of stores are invested in their stock, I think, and it's best to get that stock out the door.
Well, that's what I was going to say. Picture if, especially like mom and pop stores, picture if the mom and pop gas station had to hold on to their product that they received for a month before they could sell it. How much capital are they going to have tied up in product that they can't sell for 30 days?
Well, and even if they can afford that, just they know they buy something, they're going to sell it in a month, they might calculate the math there, but that means all those fish tanks that are filled, there has to be one in the other room that nobody can look at.
Yep.
And the space and property and rent costs so much.
So I guess what I'm saying is if they can do that, that's great.
Right. Like Aquarium Co-op, kudos to him.
Yeah, he's one of the few, I think. I mean, I know there's a few, but
Sharpie's made a good point. My local box store is great. The fish people are proper fish people. Some of my local mom and pop stores are awful. So I think that's anywhere you go. Really.
Absolutely. Yeah, you definitely can get the flip-flop of that. I have a couple of chain stores here that I will buy fish from. I have a couple I will not buy fish from. And like you said, vice versa with the mom and pop stores. Again, it all depends on who's running it and who you've got staffed in there.
Yeah, my mom and pop store's crazy. Sharpie would like them because it's owned by some English guys. And, I said some English guys. An English guy, and then he's hired his mom, and then there's a whole bunch of Tennessee people there. But it's awesome because they always have virgin female guppies that are full grown. Because the place sells tons of plants. They supply ponds and people with gardens, but they also supply lots of zoos and things like that. And so they put 3 female guppies in each pitcher plant, and so that's how they end up having hundreds of female guppies. It's so cool. I have an endless supply of virgin guppies that are healthy, homegrown.
Well, and Nevea, I wanted to address this. Nevea says, well, we are talking about live animals here, not gas or canned goods. You're absolutely right. However, I feel it's too easy as the hobbyist to say the pet store should foot the bill and expect to pay the same $3 for the guppy. If you want, and not even everything else we discussed, that's a whole month worth of food that they have to spend on all of these fish. So I think that realistically, if you were to expect every fish store to do that, you should be willing to pay at least double the price, because that's what it's going to take for them to be able to do it minimum.
I mean, so what I'm seeing is people in the chat they're on both sides of the fence.
Right, absolutely.
And Priscilla's saying it from the pet store side, and other folks are saying it from and and I guess what we're the three of us are saying is we can't really say what's right or wrong. It is what it is. Just hope that you get good fish, and
Well,
hope that
and not even just hope that you get good fish, just institute your own quarantine practices. Because here's the thing, even the people that quarantine their fish at the fish store, Aquarium Co-op and Dan's Fish are the two that come to mind, which Dan doesn't have a storefront, but he sells fish online. Both of those people quarantine from 2 to 3 weeks. They will still tell you when you take that fish home that you should quarantine it yourself. Corey has even said from Aquarium Co-op, if he takes fish home from quarantine at his store, he quarantines them again. So again, even the stores that are doing the quarantine and putting the money into it are still telling you, hey, you still need to quarantine these fish, you know? I mean, what else is there to it?
so I feel bad for Priscilla here. I'm not saying she's getting picked on, but she said if I have to quarantine everything for 2 months, a neon tetra would be $3.99 instead of $2.49, and then Fish Tropic, but it's still on the store too. I remember, folks, we're just having a conversation. I'm not a fish person by any means, but I understand business practices. Chattanooga Ed here and James are fish people, and I think the three of us agree that
I've also got years invested in retail management.
Yeah.
Profit and loss. And I ran my own business for six years, technically. You know, I understand margins and all of that stuff. But I also care about the fish. But I think it's too easy for us to just put it on the fish store.
Oh, sure. Yeah. Well, you know, it's the old classic. Well, the bar served me till I was way too drunk, and then I drove my car. Well, but you were drinking. So it's that argument all over again.
Like Lawwood says, Chappie is learning fast. He needs some fish. Yeah, and this Chappie here is kind of what you would call the politics of fish keeping. When we don't talk about political things. This would be the politics of fish keeping. Not that we don't talk about this, but
sure, no, I get it.
Debates,
and I'm staying right in the middle because I know that you just know that this is a heated topic, and I apologize for bringing this up at all.
Oh no, it's all cool.
It's good to talk.
It's actually great topic.
You do, and I may lose a couple of subscribers. That's fine, and not that I don't care about my subscribers. But if you want to unsubscribe because you disagree with me, that's up to you. That's your prerogative.
Oh, but I think we're being very diplomatic about everything.
I just think, I think that in a perfect world, pet stores would quarantine. People would still quarantine when they got them home, and fish would probably have a higher likelihood of survival.
There you go. Everybody should quarantine.
You know, do I think in the world we live in, where most people going into the fish store are not hobbyists like us, again, the life expectancy of the average aquarist or person in the hobby is not that long, like we have. Do I think that they're going to be doing it right? Do I think that they would probably still be killing fish that a store had quarantined for a month? Yes. So we don't live in a perfect world, and that's unfortunate. And I don't feel that, you know, that makes it okay, but I look at it from a realistic standpoint of what can we really do. Fish Tropic, I agree completely. A little bit more respect for fish should be set in place. Case in point, you know, local fish stores refusing to sell fish to people. There are some places that take it too far. But I understand maybe why they would. Case in point, me keeping fish and having lots and lots of tanks. If you look at me and go, well, what size tank is this in? I'm going to look at you and go, I have 40 aquariums. I appreciate you asking. I'm glad that you're doing that, but I can handle this. Thank you.
So we got some people talking in the chat. Chappie needs pea puffers. They are so super cute. I would feel bad killing those things. Yes. Monica Lynn, hello all. Wave. I quarantine my new fish at home for at least 30 days. I'm about to move to a bigger tank, and it's fun to see to see them check out their new home once done with the quarantine. Oh, sure. I imagine that would be very cool to see. You ever wonder what Chappie uses on his hair? It's this right here. And
Hey, that's good stuff. Gotta love that Pantene.
I wish I had some hair.
oh, Ed, you got a good
I
beard,
know.
buddy.
Oh, thank you.
I got a terrible beard.
Yeah, but you got a great mustache. So it all works.
So again, a lot of heated debate, and I'm not trying to say anybody's wrong. I'm just trying to express kind of the numbers behind it, because that's what I do. I go into emotional debate and I apply math and logic.
Sure. So let's just say this now, Priscilla. Nobody have Priscilla under fire, and let's all shake hands and kiss the babies and stuff. It is
Priscilla's
what it is,
awesome.
unfortunately.
Yeah, Priscilla is kind of taking a beating, but she's doing it very, very well.
She is. I don't want that to be what this isn't what the stream is.
Yeah, no.
I want everybody to be happy.
Yeah.
I wish I had half of the knowledge that she has.
Yeah.
She's
Dude.
she's an awesome person.
Let's leave it on this note. If more of our fish stores had Priscillas in them, we'd be in a much better hobby.
There you go.
Yeah.
Exactly. And she has a mantis shrimp. I mean, how freaking cool is that?
Yeah.
Boom. Mantis shrimp. Monica's asking, the tank looks nice. What kind of fish are in the tank? Are you fish room fever?
That is still the piranha tank. Those are Caribe piranha.
And my fish are babies. I don't know if you can even see any of my fish right now.
Little babies.
And that is all live plants and driftwood in there. No fakies. Well, technically, there's one little fake plant down at the very end by the sponge filter. You probably can't even see that.
I totally see it. It's got the three little things sticking up.
Yep. You can see it. Yeah. I don't even remember why it's in there. I think I just had it in my hand. I had just cleaned it, and I was like, I'll just toss it in here.
Chappie can already see the fake plants. Look at me. Oh man, Priscilla. Same with shrimp. I tell people to acclimate. Tell them what to do in order for the shrimp to survive. That's all I can do from a store side. Yeah. I mean, I think a store can only do so much. The person taking the fish, I feel like you can argue this over and over again.
Yeah. I'm lucky in my situation. Most of my life, I never quarantined. I was never... When I got a fish, I was all excited and I threw it in the tank right away,
Sure.
But now I definitely quarantine. I have all the time in the world now because I'm hurt and I don't work anymore. But I quarantine mostly, but most of my fish I'm going always into their own tanks. Because I hope my plans, I'm not trying to say I want to be a breeder, but I want to try to be a competitive guppy breeder with, I shouldn't even say breeder. I want to be competitive with my guppies and try to win ribbons. I know that sounds stupid, but it gives me something to do.
It's what you're into, Bubba. I totally get it.
So I'm going to have about 36 tanks of guppies pretty soon.
So the natural aquariums. I dig this Chappie guy. Where did you find him? Pam 54 Punchy, who is not in here, is actually the one that found him, and then we all went over, picked him up, and drug him into the Fish Fam group, and have kept him hostage.
I've been on so many people's live streams now.
Well, it's awesome because we don't get a lot of people that are willing to come in and ask questions and seeking information. And again, and this kind of touches on what we were talking on before, the people that are in this chat, for the most part, that are fish keepers in here, because I know we've got some people from your stream that maybe fish aren't their thing.
Sure.
But the fish keepers in here, the quote unquote fish fam that follows around through the streams and all that, are more well informed and educated than I would venture to say 95% of the people walking into a pet store to buy fish. Now, keep in mind, half of all statistics are made up. But, somewhere around there, the people that are in here know more than your average person going in saying, hey, I want to set up a new fish tank. Can I put this Oscar and these guppies together? We are. So there are a lot of things that maybe we don't think of because we know the hobby. Questions that you bring up, which are so awesome, that kind of like, oh, hey, I hadn't thought about that in 10 years since I started keeping fish.
Hey Ed, what kind of fish is in your hands right now?
It's a fur cat fish.
I love that fish.
It's an air water fish, catfish. I'm trying to be intelligent. It's not working.
That's okay. We'll work on that one.
Yeah.
No, and I appreciate that. I'm just generally inquisitive, and it is what it is.
And Priscilla's right. The numbers are going to vary depending upon where you are in minimum wage and all that. But she says if I want to hire someone knowledgeable, I add another $3,000 to that overhead cost. And that's true because the people that are knowledgeable, generally, you're going to pay more. It's kind of like me bringing in someone at my work that's got 15 years of retail experience is going to want more than the starting pay for a high school kid that's never worked a job in their life.
Oh yeah, so I do electronics. I can build monsters like this thing. That's a face ripper of a computer. I can take apart my camera, put it back together. When someone asks me, so what do you think you should get paid doing electronics? I'm going to tell them I want $30 an hour. And they're going to be like, I just choked on air. It's because I'm confident in what I do.
Right. Well, and I understand that because from a mechanic standpoint, when I first got my car, the first time I called about a tune-up, plugs, oil change, all that, it was like $2,000. And I'm like, what do you mean it's $2,000? And they're like, well, it calls for 7 hours of labor just for the spark plugs. I'm like, you got to be kidding me. So that's one of those things that once I realized, okay, it's got 2 plugs per head. It's got 16 spark plugs in it. That kind of made more sense given on what hourly labor costs are. But it's something I do myself because, like you said, I'm capable of it. I'm confident in what I do. I've ripped that engine all the way down to, pull the heads off and all that wonderful stuff. But if there's something that skill is involved in and you don't have that skill, you have to pay for that skill.
You very much do. LOL, what? $30 an hour is cheap. Well, you want to hire me, bud? Is that what you're saying?
There you go.
Go work for him.
Hashtag side gig.
Hell no, full time. Screw that. So, where did my mouse go? I don't want to miss out on her comments. Monica Lynn at Fish Room Fever. You'll probably laugh, but I was worried feeding my silver dollars bloodworms would trigger them into piranha mode. LMAO face, haha, nah. But really, they like them. Smiley.
Okay, first off, I just want to say it's awesome the fact that you commented that was the LMAO face. I love that you narrated that.
I had to.
Now I'm picking myself up again from somebody. Uh-oh, echo. But yeah, no, that's great. I love
that might have been me with the headphone off.
If I couldn't have piranhas, I would probably do silver dollars just because they're such a cool fish and they do a lot of they do resemble them fairly well. But no, that's very funny, Monica. Priscilla's right in terms of the business, and obviously I don't need to confirm it. She works at a pet store. I'm sure Big J could confirm it if he's still in here.
That's how she gets some of her beautiful fish. She's like, mine.
Yeah, but dry goods don't make money. When you buy livestock and plants, that's where the stores make money, and that's right. I have a really good working relationship with my LFS. We talk about things in detail in terms of business because he knows I'm a retail manager. I've run my own company. I've got, almost 30 years of management experience, and I'm 33 years old because I worked full-time jobs in management of different pharmacy and gas stations and stores in my own company overlapping. So we have a lot of business conversations as well. And that's just the way it is. Some things don't make you money, but you have to have them when you want people to get through the door. Foot traffic.
And you're very right, Priscilla. The better the store does, the better you do. And the better you are to your customers, the better the store does. It's an ever-ending cycle. It's a never-ending cycle.
And everybody, buy your fish food from your local pet store. Pay an extra $2. Every time I go to my local fish store, my mom and pop, I always try to buy some food, like a frozen something or a can of something, just to try to help them out a little. Because, you know, a lot of times I'm a fishaholic. I love looking at fish, but
No.
I want to try to keep them alive, you know, keep the stores open. I've seen too many closed down.
Oh yeah.
Oh, sure.
And I will say, I'll be the first to admit I am guilty of buying my dry foods online. That being said, though, me and the store manager have a running joke at the LFS. It costs me $100 to shake his hand every time I walk in the door. Sometimes I get a couple handshakes. So I still make sure to support them. If they're within, usually I'll say if they're within 20 to 25%, I'll stick with them. But if there's something that they're 50% off of what I can get it for, that's kind of where I start to get iffy on it, just depending. But even still, with the store that I have, I usually try and get them. But I buy slabs and slabs of frozen food from them on top of all the live fish and the rock and the tanks and all that stuff. So,
And
Priscilla, you could tell us, is buying frozen food good for fish stores? Like, do they make a good percentage off that? That's something we can't get at other places.
yeah, it's probably not a whole lot, but I'm sure it's every little bit helps type of thing, you know.
Yeah.
Fish Tropic, I'm gonna have to stop you there. I hate to do this. I sold cars. most money I ever made. And
What
and
type
I
of cars did you sell?
brand new Chevrolets back in 2000. I was 18
Well-
years old. I was fresh faced. You could tell the kind of questions I ask, so I can keep people engaged.
Wait, Chappie's 38. Wait, what year is it?
37. I'm 37. I'll be 38 in February.
Yeah,
Um,
I didn't know that. I didn't think you were that old, Bubba.
yeah, oh yeah. um, so I hate to do this. I hate to say this. The best customer I ever had was this gentleman that thought he had bad credit. My boss came in. He goes, "Holy crap! His credit's a 700." This guy thought he had a 500.
Oh wow.
So he goes, "Go take him out to that Chevy Tracker. Get him a test drive. Bring him back and show him these numbers." And we had a special way to show him numbers. What I'm going down to saying is, I think a customer that you're nice to, unfortunately, sometimes people lie. And with the way the internet is now, I can't say that the best customer is always an informed customer. I hate to say that because you need people to buy those expensive fish from the pet stores that, I mean, hopefully they can keep them alive, but you need those people that are silly and buy those expensive ass fish. There's a reason that $1,200 fish hasn't sold yet. I hate to be that guy. I mean,
You're right on that. I appreciate that you sold Chevys. I'm a UAW worker, or was UAW shop steward for many years. We made all the seats.
Well,
I inspected seats for years.
I drive a Mustang
Carsons.
now. So, whatever.
So, wait, you drive a Mustang? I got to kick him out of here. A Ford.
Yeah.
Well, I drive a Ford now too.
Oh crap! No, this is a Dodge Stream. I'm sorry, guys. You got to go.
I also have a Camaro.
Okay, you can stay. So we got some really good stuff going on in the chat. Monica Lynn said, "LOL, it's 4:25 a.m. I'm not too swift typing right now. I just finished setting up two 55-gallon tanks onto racks in my basement. They look good, but it was tough lifting them in place. On top of that, Jay Jr. had asked what's going in them. And then Priscilla, I got two from her. There's nothing better a customer coming back and saying things went well because you helped them. Absolutely.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
And also frozen food is better than buying tanks, lights, or other stuff like that. So there is a better profit margin on those. Natural Aquarium says, my LFS is the wet spot. I don't think they're going out of business anytime soon. Never been there, but yeah, probably not. Priscilla, again, I hired a college kid, 20 now. He came in last summer and didn't know one thing. He wanted to know how to set up a planted tank. Didn't know what a nitrogen cycle is. He works for me now, and I can leave him in the store with customers and know he's good. Absolutely. Real quick story, then I'm going to let y'all take over the chat for a second. When The individuals purchased my LFS back 5 or 6 months ago. They already owned an aquarium maintenance and building company. They did custom aquariums, they did aquarium maintenance. So they now have 2 aquatic businesses here in town. One of the gentlemen was really not familiar with freshwater. All he had done was saltwater. So he hired a freshwater expert, if you will. He hired somebody that knew freshwater because the one thing, it's good to know what your weaknesses are and then find somebody that can fill those gaps. But I can't tell you how many people initially crapped on this guy because he would be outright honest. People would ask a question, he'd go, I'll be honest, I don't know the freshwater. I know the saltwater. Let me get my freshwater guy for you. And they'd look at him and go, well, you own the store. You should know everything. And I'm like, that's ridiculous. He's got a freshwater person he hired specifically to fill that gap,
Yeah, never be ashamed to admit you don't know something.
Yeah, and that's what he was just full transparency.
Especially if you're very forward and saying, I don't know. I don't want to bullshit you. Let me grab the expert for that.
And that's exactly how he was about it. And people would get mad that he didn't know it. And I'm like, that's ridiculous. That's what leads people into making stuff up, which he would never do that. But some people would, they'd be like, well, I'm going to make this person mad if I tell them I don't know. I've got to get somebody else. Let me just fake it and then I'll be okay.
Oh, sure. Jay Jr., drive a Ford Ranger, also a 72 Opel GT for drag. You drive a baby vet to drag. That's effing awesome, bro. I love baby vets. If you guys don't know what those are, just Google Opel GT. They're little tiny vets. Corvettes, I mean.
All right. I'll be right back, gentlemen.
Nobody can know everything, especially in this hobby. Oh, sure. Yeah. In really in any hobby or any profession. I mean, I think there's people that have a wealth of knowledge. But, Ed, he knows a lot about guppies. Well, what do you know about cichlids?
I know cichlids pretty well.
Well, but
I've had a lot of cichlids.
That's just the first one that came to mind.
Plecos. I haven't had many plecos in my life.
There you go. And I think it's awesome. Yeah, and I picked the 2 fish that he actually knows.
Those are the 2 fish. Life bearers and cichlids. No, that's all good. You did great.
But I mean, really. I mean, I can tell you about my i9, and I can tell you some stuff, but I can't tell you about AMD processors. So you need those people to fill in those spots. And anybody that says they know it all, well, there's a term we like to use when I was in the oil field. It was when you hired someone that fake it till you make it. I mean, you're either going to get killed out there or you're going to learn real quick.
Might lose a finger or 2.
Or a foot or a leg or break your neck or something crush you or get acid poured on you or whatever. There's tons of ways to die in the oil field.
Yeah. I had a girlfriend that she was dual citizenship with Canada and America. And she would live, it was really weird. She lived the summers down in Missouri, but then she would go up in the wintertime. You'd think she'd do it the other way. But her son lived up there, and he was an oil well guy, or oil field. And most of the the high school kids that don't go to college go to the oil fields. They do that for like 10 years. And then they become cops or firemen or whatever, but they can buy their house and do that.
Make a lot of money in the oil field.
Yeah, that's what they're saying.
Or build stupid computers like I did.
Yeah. I used to have an awesome computer I built.
Yeah.
It was pretty cool. I even had lights in it.
Is that your the one right behind you, Ed? Is that your guy?
What?
The fish. Your baby.
Oh. Yes, that's my little Bisher. Here, let me try to see if I can't zoom in on him. Oh.
Uh-oh.
There we
What's
go.
happening?
Yeah.
There's a hell of a. Oh, there he is. Look at him. Oh, he's pretty boy. Wow.
The reflection's not great.
Yeah, look at him. He's a little bit curious. A little bit. He's beautiful, Ed. Real pretty. Lauren said,
Yep.
"Oh, he's cute."
And there's my kitty cat.
Sharpies. I went to one of my box stores and they said they didn't sell cichlids because they're aggressive. I pointed out the angels, curbs. I'm gonna mess up all these names: Rams, Oscars, all being cichlids. Yeah,
Now, I've never had Oscars. I haven't had a lot of the big ones. I've had lots of African cichlids, and these are Geophagus behind me, and threadfin Nicaras. Oh, and I've had discus, and I still have lots of angels, but I'm kind of getting out of the angels. In St. Louis, angels were the big thing. You couldn't find them anywhere, so when you would, it was a big deal to have angels. And now that I've moved to Tennessee, every pet store is like packed with angels. So
they're just giving you all the angels.
yeah, they never got out over the state line or something. It's crazy.
Hang on a second. What are people saying? Let's see. I might have lost someone. No, I think we're good.
But yeah, cichlids are a neat fish. They're really cool. They're great for their parent. They're great parents. Pretty cool.
I just tried to share the StreamYard links. Oh, I need to delete that. I don't want people. There we go.
I can imagine, Priscilla.
Oh, so do you find a lot of that where people are like, "Well, I want this fish and this fish," and you're like, "No, that fish eats that fish," and then like you got to balance like 5 or 6 fish that would live in this, Does that happen quite a bit? Oh, trying to explain to 2 siblings why Oscar and a dwarf frog don't mix well. They all went in the same day too. Hey Ty, what's happening?
Yeah, hey Ty.
So I'm gonna advertise for her. She's an awesome artist. So if anybody's interested in hiring her, y'all should check her out. She has quite a bit of a waiting list, but quite literally is an awesome artist for computer graphics and stuff like that.
Oh, that's super cool.
Not like Pam's an artist, like Ty's a computer artist.
Digital.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. If you join my Discord, you can see her art.
Oh, can you post a link to it?
Oh, my Discord, I sure can. Invite people. Ed, I'm surprised you already don't have this.
I am. I'm not in YouTube. Or I'm not on YouTube. I'm just watching through StreamYard. So I can't post anything.
No, but I can. Let's go here because I happen to be a moderator. There we go. There's the Discord link if you guys want to join.
It's awesome. I posted some of my guppies on the wrong page. I felt so stupid.
Oh yeah. No, I didn't mind. I was just trying to tell you that you are in the Discord. I was trying to tell you that there is a fish room.
Yeah.
Monica, who is that? It's Ty Davis right under you. Yeah. Ty, put your link in the in the Discord, and people can check that out.
My Discord name, I think, is Nico75 or something like that. That's my gamer name. Because on Discord, I play, all my games that I play, we have Discord, so
Yeah,
it just wasn't worth changing it to Chattanooga Ed.
Here is her link if you guys are interested in looking at that. Fish guppies, neon's gone. All I can find is the dwarf frog. What's a dwarf frog? I gotta Google now.
Priscilla, if I end up, Bob and Ginger Graves and I are talking about renting a RV and going to Pam's big deal or camp out, we ought to stop by your shop. That'd be so cool.
I think James needs to mute himself.
I already did. You're too late. I was watching on my phone.
He's bombing his own damn stream. Look at him.
Echo.
Oh, man.
I forgot to plug my internet in. I feel bad, too, because I was emailing John like 5 minutes before his stream went live. And then he's like, I didn't plug my internet in. I'm like, oh, I probably could have set a reminder or something when I was talking to him instead of distracting him.
Oh, hell. And then as I was saying that, as I was chastising you, my internet went out for a second.
Oh, the YouTube gods are fair and just.
Priscilla, it would be so awesome if you would let Bob, Ginger, and I compete and see who could sell the most fish that day. It would be so much fun. The problem is Bob would probably buy everything.
Ty, I just want to let you know, those are piranhas. What kind of piranhas are those, James?
Caribe. Caribe. I've also heard it pronounced Caribe.
Caribe piranhas.
Yes,
so they're vicious fish.
They are a Pygocentris, which is related to the red belly.
But they're cute orange belly fish. That's what she said.
Yes. Cute orange belly fish.
I love it. It's just... Oh, cutie biters. That's what she said. Oh, Priscilla, the woes of selling retail. I don't feel bad for you. I don't. You chose that hell for yourself.
Oh, well, I was just about to ask or turn the camera back around, but I guess people are still enjoying the fishies, so I will leave it on the fishies.
I mean, you can't put that behind you?
Not with ease. Like, my whole studio is set up specifically for this tank to be behind me because everybody loves the tank with the angelfish in it. So I would like have to completely, my monitors and laptop and mic and everything would have.
Yeah, we can wait.
Okay, Spidey. Look here, Chappie.
Oh, man.
Sharpie, I'm around Bob enough that it wouldn't affect me. And Ginger talks so much, I don't think anybody would get a word in. It'd be pretty funny. Ginger's awesome, though. I'm not saying she talks too much. Because, I mean, Lord, you know me. I'm doing really good to be quiet during these streams.
Oh, you're all right, Ed. You just keep talking, buddy.
Y'all carry on. I'm doing back channels communication here.
Uh-oh. When we moved in, when I was little, the old family just left it there with like 50 fish. What? Oh, it used to have angelfish and a massive eel. Oh, well, that's pretty cool.
Wow. I wish that would happen to me.
Ty lives in England. So.
Hey, does he know Sharpie?
No, she. I don't think she
I'm
does.
so sorry, Ty.
Yeah, Ty is a she. Oh my goodness,
sorry.
Ed. How? No, I'm just.
Ed, most of my viewers are female. Most of
Wow.
That must be nice, Chappie.
yeah.
All I see is a lot of cats.
Maybe I need to just black out my background and tell creepy stories.
Oh man. I mean, not all of them.
Well-
It's probably I'm more
Ty,
than
what city
50%.
are you from?
Chappie, that sounded very unsure. Oh man.
It probably takes a really long time for it to get over
No,
to
no,
England.
same amount, roughly.
Okay, and how far is that from you, Sharpie?
You're trying to set up a play date.
No, I just wonder if their accents are the same. Because that city or that country is one weird country.
She has a very proper British accent. You would
Oh,
want to
man.
listen. You would love to hear her just speak. It is a very awesome accent. But she also does jujitsu, so she'll mess up your face.
No, that's awesome.
That's awesome.
Well-
I'm just gonna shut up right there.
I'm going to talk up for Sharpie. He has broken almost every bone in his body, and he sounds just like Dick Van Dyke
Now, are we
from
sure
Mary
that,
Poppins.
that Ty didn't break every bone in his body because Sharpie was being Sharpie?
Oh, that could have
Sharpie
happened.
trying to pull out the old pencil.
Oh man.
Love you, John.
Oh, Zen is British. No, Zen's Texan.
She's
See-
Texas. Also a wonderful accent, though.
See, Sharpie said that he sounds totally different.
From mid Norfolk, a couple hours away. Sound totally
Well,
different.
now, do I have a different accent than James?
So I've asked her before. I have an accent.
Yeah, well, you sound like a total Texan to me.
Well, dang, man. Oh, hell, what you talking about, that dang boy? I'm going to come over there and... No, I'm just... Everybody has an
Sorry,
accent.
Bobby, shut up.
Everybody has an accent. It's just...
Oh, I know.
It just sounds normal to us.
Yeah.
Well,
Well,
I'm not from the South.
And mine changes depending upon who I'm speaking to.
Yeah, mine gets a little bit more country when I go back home or when I got country people around me.
Priscilla, have a wonderful night. We appreciate you taking the beating as the fish store representative in that night. You're a champ. We
But
love you and we love what you do.
She went 10 rounds, and I still say that she came out on top.
Yep, you're awesome.
Priscilla, have a wonderful night, and keep those fish happy. Anyways, so does anybody else have any questions for our two fish fanatics up here?
Well, I have
Or
a question for
one
Chappie.
Oh,
Yes.
shoot, buddy.
Are we gonna be able to get you to the Dallas, Texas fish deal? You know, the
Aquashella?
yeah, Aquashella.
I keep saying it wrong. Yeah, I'll go to it. If
I
I'm
think
not
that would
working-
be awesome.
He already
Besides
said
the
he was
fact-
going to take us
hanging out.
karaoke.
Oh, dude,
Yeah.
that'd be cool. We're gonna have
Super.
to blend that into ChappieCon 2020.
I'm just saying. ChappieCon
Night,
2020.
Priscilla.
We're gonna make this work.
Well, Lauren Ashley said stream from there. The goal is hopefully that we've got quite a few people that are monetized specifically so they can, stream mobile. That's one of the biggest things I'm pushing for, is to be able to stream from my phone so that I don't have to have a laptop.
You can stream from your phone right now.
Yeah, but I've seen one or two people get cut off trying to do that.
No.
Well,
Download Streamlabs OBS on your phone. Set up your account. Link it to your YouTube. Stream from your phone. Works like a charm.
I think if you're monetized in the right position for Aquashella, you get in early too. You don't have
I
to
see
wait
what
in the
you're
big
saying.
ass line.
There you go.
And so that's why I'm taking on. Yeah, I'm part of the Fish Room Fever guy.
Yeah,
I'm
this
his
is
Robin.
my co-host. Look at my stream. I mean, hey, he's here every week with me.
I'm the Ed McMahon of the show.
And if they have any doubts, I'm going to be like, look, this guy was on here talking to John from KG Tropicals and Bob Steenfott with me. You can't not let this guy in.
Yeah, that's awesome.
So you can't use scenes on the on the phone, but you can with the camera you do.
Gotcha.
So it's just a full, it'd be like this, whatever, this is displayed on the YouTubes. But that's what I've used. You just got to make sure you have really good internet on your phone.
Yeah, I just don't want to get busted trying to circumvent anything.
No, just get it out of your head.
You know what? While we have Sharpie here, can we be on for at least 15 more minutes? Because I want to open a package and have Sharpie see what I take out of the box.
No, you get 7 minutes, double time.
Okay.
No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, that's
well, it's
perfect.
6:45 now. You better start moving, bud.
Oh my god, and my tailbone's so sore. Okay. Oh gosh.
You gonna make it, bud?
Nope.
I
Look at
love
the
how-
chair he's using.
Nope.
We need to get him a proper chair. Is what we need to do.
Well, he needs to just stream from like his couch or his recliner and not worry about the fish tank being in the background. That's the problem. Is he's like me. He's in an uncomfortable position specifically to have a nice backdrop. His is worse than mine.
There's really only two softwares that I'm familiar with, but it's Streamlabs OBS, and what's this one called? StreamYard.
Yep.
You can stream from your phone on this too.
This box.
All you have to do is set up your account.
This is the biggest miniature I've ever bought.
Is it a miniature then?
I have no idea what it's going to look like. But I'm very excited.
I swear to God, if it's a picture of me, like
Hey, Aquamate, how are you, buddy?
Hey, Aquamate.
Now, Ty, I thought there was a video of you. Maybe it was just a picture over in Chappie's Discord. Ty said, I find it hard to be on video.
She has her own room, the Blue Jays boot camp.
Oh my god.
That's what she said.
Hey, that's the box. I don't know if you guys can see it. It's glary.
Is that Cthulhu?
Yes.
Look at me guessing.
Oh my god.
He's getting a nerd boner here. I love it.
But you can't see my head. I was nodding.
if his eyes start to roll back in the back of his head, you might want to mute him. All right, James?
Hey, sir, box cutter safety. Yeah, always cut away from yourself.
Always cut away from yourself. And wear
I
your
was a
safety
safety rep.
glasses.
It's all right.
That is not how that works. That is
Wait.
not.
He
I
sounds
was a
like me.
shop
Look,
steward. You can't boss me around.
he's like, look, that sounds like me. I'm like, definitely do not do this. Cut away from yourself, okay?
Yeah.
Let me demonstrate how not to do this.
As you slice your arm open.
These
Lol
are.
what said Fisherman
That's a
Keeper? How
wing.
often do you?
That's
Oh
a
wow,
wing.
that's cool. How often do I have to tuck my beard in my shirt or tie it up? Not very often. That's part of why I shaved the sides off, because I could like tie them behind the back of my neck. So I got rid of the sides and just left the front goatee part because it was getting a little crazy.
All right, Ed, that's not a miniature. That's almost a
Jesus.
full size. If there was any question about Ed's virginity, here it is, ladies. I'm just kidding. I'm sorry.
Look at this.
I couldn't miss out on that. No, that's beautiful.
Dude, that is awesome.
Put the wings on it, Ed. Let's see. Chappie with the snide remarks. I can't miss out.
What in the world?
Yes, Lauren.
Okay,
Actually, he
there
is.
we
As a
go.
matter of fact, would you like his phone number?
I need instructions. There's too many parts to this model.
I think we've got some takers in the chat for you, Ed.
They just
So-
want my toys.
So many things we could say right now. So many things.
So
that's
Sharpie's
cool.
seeing this.
He's going crazy right now.
He can't even type at the moment.
He's
Unless
like, Cthulhu.
that's
It's like
some sort of-
blah, blah, blah.
Accent slang thing I'm not down with.
I mean,
Um,
I love this Cthulhu.
Ty, can you
Oh,
translate for us?
so that's a good question. I guess it depends on what kind of plastic it's made of, but could you put that in a fish tank?
Okay.
I mean,
Probably it's a resin. Wow, it might float.
Oh.
Hmm.
I mean, how cool would that be to
I-
see a fish swimming around its legs?
What you would do is you can put almost anything in your fish tank as long as you use Krylon Fusion to coat it. So you spray paint it with that, and it's basically a clear plastic coating that'll go over anything, and it'll waterproof it.
And yep,
Oh.
there we go. The Sharpies expert stepped in as well. Said polyurethane resin, so long as you use an inert varnish, it would be safe.
Okay.
LOL what? Cthulhu Ed. LOL. Yeah. Yeah, we should change Chattanooga Ed to Cthulhu Ed.
There we go.
That would be pretty sick. No,
Yeah,
that's
so I'm looking forward to painting that.
Oh, and you're gonna paint it. Oh, that's cool.
Oh yeah.
You should do a YouTube series on that. So
I don't know
Aquaman,
how to
how
put
are
it
you
back
doing
in.
today, bud?
Oh,
I love. Sorry, I'm not cool enough to be in this group, so I'm with Natural Aquariums. What the hell was that thing?
That's Cthulhu.
Well, I assume that much by all the Cthulhu's, but I don't know. That means nothing to me. I'm sorry. I'm not in the Cool Kid Club.
it's
Oh,
my
man.
tattoos. I love Cthulhu. H.P. Lovecraft. Oh,
Eight-
you know what? One time,
You say
Do
H.P.
you know who-
Lovecraft?
Yeah.
do you know who H.P. Lovecraft is?
Yeah, Cthulhu, obviously. I mean, duh, I know.
There was one of the streams that. One
And
of,
then
the,
accepted that. He's like, yeah, you're right. Okay.
one of the streams that we were in, Pam was saying, "Oh, that's Poelicious," or something, for Poe. And I said, "Sheppy, is that Cheppy rather? Is that are you H.P. Lovecrafting that?" And James said, "Oh, come on, Ed, don't get sick." And I was like, I bet you he had no idea what I was trying to say. But
So H.P. Lovecraft is the father of horror stories. Unfortunately, a sign of his times. He was quite racist, but once again, that was a sign of their times. So there's a lot of N-words in his stories. Not a lot, but they're in there and they stick out. But he would do things like it was a monster so unspeakably ugly that we couldn't explain him. Not saying that I didn't like his stories. It's just you're like, come on, he's no Stephen King explaining
Hey,
the
Amber.
Necronomicon. Yeah, I have that on my phone.
I feel like I should wake Miss Fever up and bring her in for this. I feel like I'm out of my depths. Very awesome, but I feel like if she was here, she'd be like, "Oh yeah, da, 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 da."
If you ever watch South Park, there's a whole episode series about him. But it's basically Cthulhu is a fictional cosmic entity created by writer H.P. Lovecraft. First introduced in the short story The Call of Cthulhu, published in Weird Tales magazine 1928. So Cthulhu's a deity. He can't be killed. He's a dark god, I guess.
Torres
Cat's
in
eating the box.
Super Mod. She said, and on to the next controversial topic.
Oh man. Relying on readers' imagination rather than building a terrifying description. That's exactly what H.P. Lovecraft did. Explaining some of his monsters. I've been waiting for the boy to call me since midnight. Should I give up and stop waiting now? Never wait for a boy to call you. You be a strong woman. And if he doesn't call you, it's his loss.
Yeah, if he doesn't call you, next time you see him, you kick him where the pothos don't grow, okay?
Oh, man.
No, sorry. I'm not I'm not as versed in some of these things as I guess I should be.
No,
Very
no,
cool
no.
nonetheless.
It's really cool, and he comes from the sea. Sharpies, an elder god from a different dimension, along with the likes of. Oh, I'm not going to say those words.
Well, that was why I was letting you read it saying thank God, because that was kind of like somebody popping the Latin names in for every fish in my room.
Oh, do you want to see a bunch
Sorry,
of nerds
cat.
get angry?
Or guys,
Watch, I
my
bet
cats were eating my Cthulhu.
No. We're gonna let Ed listen to me say these names. Ed, an elder god from the different dimensions, along with the likes of Yog, Sothoth, Azathoth, Naralathoth. I can't even do it. I'm sorry. There's a lot of thuth and thuth. That's what it sounds like to me. How do you say those? What Sharpie said?
I don't know. Healing hugs autocorrect. I don't know.
Nope. Before that, and before that one.
Okay. Elder God from a different dimension, along with Yog Soth. Oh, it just moved. I don't see Hothuth there, his brother.
Oh, Jesus. Oh, man. What have we started?
His brother's the yellow god, and he comes like in a human form all the time, and he's like lived for thousands of years, but he always has this one necklace around his neck, and I made that necklace for my brother this year because he's like a big fan of him.
I can't breathe.
All right, who wants to take on Ty's comment?
Oh, Leicestershire? I don't know if I said that right. I probably didn't.
But I don't know, did you guys talk about how Cthulhu, there's like no trademark on him. So anybody can write about him. Anybody can sell any game, any toy. He can be in any movie, because H.P. Lovecraft, when his mom died, he wasn't making any money off of his writings, and she starved to death. And when she died, because he felt like crap because he couldn't afford a can of beans, he shot himself during the Depression. And he had no other family members. So Cthulhu is like the only true free trade thing that anybody can do. You know, that's what's so cool about him too.
Ty, Leicestershire. I just looked up how you pronounce it online. Yeah, I mean, everybody wants commons free monsters.
Yeah. But I'm sorry, I probably just killed all the fish tube people.
I think JH went to bed about 2:15, 2:30. Wasn't that about when Joseph went to sleep? Eastern Standard Time? Because he came into this, well, no, it would have had to have been after 2:30. So he had 2:30, 2:45, because he popped into this one after he had left and gone to bed and came back and then went back to bed. So that's about as far as I can narrow that one down.
Anne Rice paints vivid pictures with words. Yeah, those. I tried her books. That is a bunch of smut. Which one did I do? Oh shoot! I'll tell you which books I. Books. I can't even spell books right. Oh no, it got it for me. It was
the only one I've read is Interview with a Vampire.
Oh no, I went through like 7 of these things.
Wow.
I watched the movie.
The Washington Redskins wish they had Cthulhu.
Damn it.
Oh, Jay Jr., I should have thought of that hours ago.
What's that?
Jay Jr. said, well, it's time to shut off aquarium lights and pour myself bourbon.
Oh, there you go.
I don't play any type of D&D games, basically because I don't know anybody in Tennessee. I know James, but I don't think he plays that type of stuff, and I know Bob, and
sorry,
he definitely doesn't play that type of stuff. But I played all the board games with my family because the kids love playing games with me. And this whole Cthulhu thing was Death May Die by Cthulhu, and it's a kind of a board game.
I will be
I
right
bought the whole Kickstarter, so I got
Don't leave
tons
me.
of stuff.
Don't.
Oh, the one guy that does want to play the games with me is Sean Peck's been asking to play.
Oh, Ed, I just want to give you a big old hug, buddy.
I was just answering what Sharpie was saying
Um,
or asking.
the books that I have by Anne Rice were The Witching Hour and Lasher, and there were some other ones that I can't remember what they're called. But it was that whole series that I listened to. And James just slunk off into the background.
James has a little nerd in him too, though. He's got Star Wars Lego stuff.
And he's got more than one fish tank. I mean, you call it what it is. You're nerding out a little bit when you talk about fish.
No way, that's just cool. Cool guys are into fish, and we're gonna get you there.
Oh man. Oh, it's 4:08 in the AM.
Yeah, 5:08 here.
It is Friday morning, January 3rd, 2020.
See, this is why I started scheduling myself Fridays in the evening, just in case.
Yeah,
Natural
Sharpies.
aquariums.
I wish you weren't a Brit.
Later all, got to get some sleep so I can make some money and buy some fish stuff. Thanks for showing off your fish and your Chappie.
Yes, that's our pet Chappie. We kidnapped him proper.
It's really hard to go Chappie Sharpie, Chappie Sharpie.
Yeah. Maybe that's the new combo. Hashtag Charpie.
Yeah.
Oh man. Thank you very much, Zen. And I'm glad you're back. But you missed a really cool fish feeding. You really did. And you really didn't see much. It was like chomp, chomp, fish swim away. And that's all
I think I made Zen mad with that. And if I did, I'm sorry.
Oh.
Most people I would not apologize to, but Zen I will.
No, Zed's super mod, and she's super sweet.
Chappie sounds so much cooler than me by Zen.
Wait, what?
Look, she just like did a little commercial for both of us. And yours sounds so much cooler.
Oh, Ed.
I'm definitely putting some Cthulhu videos together.
There you go.
There you go. You gotta, I like creepy made up stories, and so do you. Yours just
I love them. Absolutely love them.
yours is just a different genre. Or not genre.
Oh, I love your stories too, man. That one yesterday about the pit bull was amazing.
Oh, the
I'm a
dog
good
one.
dog.
Yeah, I love that story. I
That's a
absolutely
great
love
story.
that story.
Yeah, I took a screenshot and I'm going to tell it to the kids probably next Halloween.
See, what we need to do is we need to get Chappie reading some of these fish encyclopedias. I think, with his voice, he could definitely help get some good information out there.
Oh man.
Get him narrating some species spotlights. He said, nope, sorry.
Yeah. If I do voiceover work, if that channel makes money, I expect to be paid.
Hashtag sponsored.
Oh man, sponsored. They're gonna pay me in stickers. Don't let this happen, guys. I know what that means.
Ty, I give you my word. I'm going to check that game out once this stream is over.
Zen, I can't believe, or I can't even watch my deformed guppies get eaten by the turtles. Totally believe in breeding feeder fish. I just can't watch it. No,
Well, that's understandable. That's why I gave the warning ahead of time.
exactly. And
That's
Ed,
why I don't see a video really about it, just because I feel like people that do videos are really trying to go for that shock factor. And if I do a video about it, it's not going to be for shock factor. It's going to be for educating about the feeder fish that are in the hobby.
Sure. Ty had a question for you. Or not a question, but a comment. Add Klingon Death board game has incredible figures. They're stunning.
Oh, that was Klingon? I didn't even see the Klingon.
Nope, that's Kingdom. Holy crap,
Oh.
Kingdom Death.
Because I was like, well, it could be
And
a
I
Klingon
read a lot,
thing
and
saying
I'm just
Kingdom of Death.
I'm stuck
'Cause
in nerd mode now. Thanks, guys. I quit.
You're a sci-fi. I literally wrote down Kingdom of Death. And then I'm thinking, oh, Star Trek. Well, at least Klingons are cool. And not a big Trekkie, but
That's definitely Kingdom Death. I'm sorry.
Hello, Tinra.
Big City Bettis. Chappie's voice sounds exactly like my tattoo guy's. Every time he talks, I think that high-pitched whine of the tattoo gun is missing in the background. Haha. How do you know I'm not him? This is a mask. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh, I'd love to get some more tattoos, but that takes away from the fish fund.
What if a fish gave you a tattoo?
I would film it so I could make a lot of money.
yeah, my goal is to fill this tattoo in, and I'm thinking about some type of bright greenish color or teal, but then I want to get that black light tattoos that you can only see under the black light, and I want it like lightning or like cracking away or something cool on there like that.
Hey, Sandra.
This is what I love about streaming at this time of night, day, morning, evening, is because here we're cutting off fish lights and or should have done that long ago. And Sharpies is just now turning on fish lights. You get the full variety.
Tinra, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. I posted a link in my Discord, so we're going to be getting some people coming through for the European nation.
Thank you, sir.
I do not have a fish tattoo. You could maybe say it's an octopus, but it's really Cthulhu. Either one of you guys have a fish tattoo?
I actually got my logo tattooed on my left butt cheek last week.
Nice.
Bullshit.
No, I do not. I've thought about it, but
Tramp stamp. Hashtag tramp stamp.
yeah, hashtag tramp stamp. I don't know. With all like the demon skulls and the Reaper tattoo, it's just the fish doesn't really fit in with the theming.
African tigerfish.
Yeah.
I eventually want to do Godzilla like on one side of my arm and Boba Fett on the other, and having them shoot fire at each other.
That
I
would
think that'd be neat.
Like it's yeah, no.
I'm a huge Godzilla fan. Any monster that comes from the sea, I love.
Let me see here.
anglerfish. I like that fish tropic.
Oh yeah, anglerfish. Those things. That's and I made that comment earlier that if I got the creepy fish, except for the gigantic dinosaur fish that everybody keeps recommending, which don't get me wrong, they're so cool. But all the fish that I want are super deep twilight fish, and I'd have to like, oh man, it'd be like $100,000 in aquarium supplies just to keep those things alive.
Oh.
Ed, what's wrong, buddy?
I'm thinking about I really need to turn off a tank that's next to me. I turned off all of them except for my little Tetra tank, and I'm feeling guilty about it. I'm going to turn it off.
Had to let.
Oh my gosh,
a little
but
nap.
standing hurts.
Hey Ed, why don't you set up in your recliner or your couch or someplace not so ungodly uncomfortable? Hey, redfish, bluefish, how's it going?
Sup, fish freaks? I imagine that's exactly how we said it.
Yep. All right, that screen seems really bright now.
Welcome to my domain
Yeah,
with all the lights off.
I'm not used to that. I'm used to having extra lights on.
Ed, sit on a pillow. I'm actually sitting on a special thing that's made for herniated tailbones.
The black knife is totally me. I think so too. I think it's a cool fish.
Ugh. But I
Um,
appreciate you guys.
There we go. I'm just gonna lurk in the dark.
How many people we got in here still? Still 26 people.
Wow.
I think we've got some people sleeping because I'm really bad about sneak checking up on people. So like people I know that usually hang out, I'll type the ad in there to see if their name pops up, meaning they're in the stream.
Yeah,
So I think we've got some people that fell asleep.
that's fine. Hey, how about we give them nightmares?
Yeah, absolutely. Or at least a couple of them are yours. Let's see who all's in here.
I would have millions of tattoos, but I donated a kidney to my brother, and I never knew when he was going to have the kidney, and you couldn't get black tattoos because I guess the now they have the right type of ink, but for years it had too much minerals in it or something that would get into the kidney or something, and anti-rejection would kill it, something like that. And so I was never able to have any tattoos until just like a few years ago.
Jay Jr., wait till Chappie shows up with the solid white or reflective red contacts. I would love to give me a set of those.
Hey, there our lurkers are popping their heads out. Hey, Sherry.
Brad Fowler, I'm hanging in there.
I love my lurkers. I just want to say that.
Everybody loves their lurkers. Those are the people that. What is it? I like it because like me or you, all of us. We're just talking, And
I found one of your lurkers, Chappie. Bella is lurking. Let's see who else we got.
Oh, Bella, are you sleeping? No. People just want to hear a voice in the background, and that's why old people listen to NPR and stuff like that, or they put on the news. And that sounds bad. It sounds like I'm being ageist. I'm not. It's just people just want to hear human speaking. There's nothing wrong with that. I've lost my sleep, but annoyed Chappie, LOL. Oh, you're not annoying me, Lauren. Zen Ginger with the hello lurkers. Did you hit the thumbs up?
Betas would be awesome.
Yes, absolutely. So we've got Chevy Fish. Interesting fact about the black ink, Ed. And I love Jay Jr. lurking with intent to stalk. Absolutely. Stalkers are welcome too. I mean, stalkers need love too,
I mean, they're usually making love in the bush, but whatever.
I could add to that, but I'm not going to.
Yeah. So Monica Litt says, I wish there was a beta emoji. And I'm sure Amber agrees with that 100%.
Ty cuts out the silence. Chill is why podcasts are heart. Yeah. Okay, dad joke for the fish freaks. 2 windmills are in a field. One asks the other, are you into music? The other windmill replies, well, I'm a big metal fan.
That's good.
Fish.
Sharpie's Models and Aquatics coming in with a random ink fact. Black printers ink that is used for newspapers is actually cheaper than water. Huh, interesting. All right.
I've got something cool. Let me grab it. Arr.
I swear to God, if it's another Cthulhu.
I feel like I need to get just a little bit more brightness. I'm a little too lurky at the moment.
So your screen, is it set to dark mode or white mode?
I have no clue. I just push buttons and hit.
Is your background white or dark?
Oh, it's all white. It's not set to dark mode.
Oh, okay. Body.
I turned my brightness way down.
Ed, give yourself like a tattoo like that. Just.
I know. Just be like Mike Tyson.
Yeah.
All
Can
right.
you safely drink it?
Man,
That's a good
mine's
question, Jay. It's called Indian ink. Is that made from real Indians? I guess that's my question.
That's horrible. All right. Let me see if I can't find my brightness settings again.
They had those at Walmart. They are hard to get off. Shh, Lauren, we're trying to go for a face tattoo. Shh.
Yes, Ed needs a face tattoo. The tribe has spoken, sir.
Are you guys saying anything? I think you went mute.
Oh, we didn't go mute. We didn't go mute. He knows that.
You guys there?
Oh, we're here, buddy.
Yeah, we're here. Hashtag, can you hear me now?
So this is why I think Ed's a virgin. There he goes. Oh, he can hear us. Jay Jr., I'm not into tats or piercings. I just collect scars. Well, I mean, yeah, that's one way to do it.
I
Oh,
had a scar on my
Sharpies.
finger, but I can't find it.
Sharpies. I'd happily airbrush something on Ed's face or head.
Well, thank you.
That's awfully kind of him.
That's all you're gonna get.
No face tattoos. Come on.
Yeah. I don't do neck ones either.
Oh, why not?
You could do a pretty
Little.
sick guppy right there. Just
The sick guppy has a lot of ick on it.
exactly. A zombie looking guppy. I'm just saying.
There we go. Jay Jr. says you can do the Mike Tyson facial tattoo.
I mean,
Eh.
if we can get Ed to 250 subscribers, he'll do a face tattoo.
It doesn't matter to me.
I think that you should do a nice guppy with the tail just kind of swooped underneath your eye, right there on your cheek, and just have the guppy coming up, you know?
It's
I mean,
never gonna happen.
Think how many points that would win with the judges when you're in the, the guppy.
Or shave his eyebrows off and a guppy for each eyebrow.
There you go.
Ooh. Hey, your eyebrows grow back.
Ed's going to hurt me the next time he sees me.
No, I don't care. It's just not gonna happen.
I don't blame you. We just kind of figured if there was anybody that could get talked into the facial tattoo, you were sweet enough to acquiesce to that request.
I mean, you dye
I'm
your
not very
beard
easy-
red.
I'm not easy. Well, that's for my Chiefs.
Well, the Chiefs, like Indians, have facial tattoos. Come on, Ed.
I don't know what Indians have facial tattoos.
You're going to make me Google this. Hang on.
Redfish Bluefish says face tattoos in Texas we call them job stoppers. Yes, absolutely. And
Even though I don't work anymore, so it's all right.
And it's called face paint.
hey, Dr. Black 66, welcome. Good day.
Good day, Blocky.
You're going to make me
Crocky,
post
it's
this.
Blocky. Get over here,
Oh,
mate.
hell.
Beard.
Is Blackie in here? Where's he at? There he is. Hey, buddy. How you doing?
And there comes Zen, poor Zen, trying to moderate all of our horrible things. Said, all capitalized. Make sure we're referring to people from India.
Well, they might get tattoos. They get those little dots.
Bye,
I'm not
Ty.
doing that.
You click on that link I just gave you.
Appreciate you hanging out with us.
I'm not in YouTube. I'm
Well,
only on the SteamYard thing.
You can copy it from the side link there.
I don't want to.
Oh, but you do. You don't want to be proven wrong and have to do a face tattoo.
No, I'm just tech unsavvy.
Are you on a computer or a phone?
I'm on a PC. I'm on a laptop.
Oh, goodness gracious.
Just this thing, it went from up here. I think we were up here earlier, and it's
Yeah.
slowly.
It's all your fault. You guys went with the tattoo stuff. Nobody wants to hear that.
You brought out the pins.
Fade to black.
I did. These pins are really cool.
The forehead dot means they are married.
Good to know.
What color?
Probably
Was red married or is it black?
Poor Amber doesn't know what she's gotten herself into.
Oh man.
I'm just about out of it enough to do my Black Sense challenge.
Do you have it?
I don't have it. I've not filmed it. I was
But
practicing.
you have the stuff.
No, not the Vegemite. That's going to be a separate challenge.
Oh.
Just the accent challenge.
Oh, go for it. Let's hear this.
Oh, I'm not quite there.
Oh, come on, bud.
Not quite.
Oh, Crocky,
Come on.
where's Blocky?
We get Dr.
Get
Black.
on down here, mate.
I'll do it.
If we can get Blackie in here, you will.
Yeah, because I need him to talk first so that I can mimic him.
T said G.
Oh, Jesus, Ed.
Hey,
You're giving it a shot. I'll give you that.
yeah. Hey, I went with Z even. I didn't even say Z. That should give me a point.
You're exactly 1 point right now.
1 point.
Hey, I'll take it.
Dr. Black, you got to join the old stream here so we can get some proper Australian speak up in this house. There's the
Hey,
link.
Mon, that was just Dawn in the pin. I don't know.
That's perfectly fine, Dr. Black. You take your time, sir. I don't feel like I'm going anywhere anytime soon.
Oh man. While we're waiting, Ed, you want to start on that face tattoo?
Yeah.
Oh, that's great.
I would laugh so hard if you actually wrote on yourself. I would.
Right.
I thought you'd like the moose shaking.
No, it was. I did. I'm just disappointed it's not a Cthulhu.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Where's the Cthulhu pin, Ed? Ouch.
Were
We got
That did not even look right.
we got tentacle porn tattooing Ed's face now.
you amazed that I had a Cthulhu pin on hand?
Monica Lynn said, Ed needs Jesus.
I have Cthulhu.
Oh,
Yeah.
I think we all need, but we probably need some Jesus up in this
Yeah.
stream.
You need Jesus.
Bless his heart. That's what she's saying right now.
Yeah. Redfish, it's just not worth it. I'm not going to do anything.
Oh man,
How did we digress to Ed getting a facial tattoo?
it
Yeah,
started
no,
with Cthulhu.
Amber's right. Jesus can't help this stream. We are way too far down the rabbit hole. This is why we kill the other stream at 2 hours, because this is what happens.
How long have we been going for?
2 hours, 57 minutes, and 33 seconds. Feels like longer than that.
RLS is kicking in. I gotta go to bed.
Well,
You have
when
a
do you guys
wonderful night.
work tomorrow or today?
I got 11 and a half hours till I got to go in.
don't. I
Oh,
don't go
wow.
back to work until Monday.
Oh, sweet.
And Seance with the Jesus Christ, because that's how you're supposed to say that. I've been here since like 2 a.m.
Yeah.
You're a good person.
Yes.
Yeah, an hour and a
God
half.
bless you.
Your time, maybe?
You guys have added probably about 40 minutes to James's live stream points.
Yes, absolutely. Much appreciated. We are getting there, working on it. Yeah, redfish, bluefish, I did that intentionally. It used to be I opened on Fridays, but I changed it and just scheduled myself to close on Fridays. That way, when this happens, I don't have to be to work at 7:45 in the morning.
That's probably a good idea.
Yeah,
Did Amber hurt her shoulder?
that's what it's looking like. That's what I was kind of trying to figure out without making it obvious that I had missed what had happened.
I finally figured out who Amber was. So that's good.
And you know what? We're not supposed to do that. We were talking about that earlier
Hey,
in our
I
other stream.
I said
We're
it
supposed
like
to
the
call
first-
people by their name.
like the first 12 times I said Big City Bettas, I finally gave up and just went with Amber.
I bet you she could get us some awesome bagels.
Yes.
Why bagels?
New York.
Oh,
They're amazing there. I mean, I'm not a big New York fan, but I like their bagels.
Chappie, can you read these bros a story? I don't know if I can find a story short enough.
Oh, he's saying that we can't understand the long ones. I got you. I got you.
No, I'm just because the really good ones, the really good stories, they're just so freaking long. I could probably find a short, creepy story though, if you guys want. Who wants a creepy story?
I'll take a creepy story.
Wait, she's not in Vermont, is she? She's in New York. There's no big cities in Vermont.
Yes, redfish, bluefish. I do small box retail management.
The hell does that mean?
That means I work in a retail store, but not like a big Walmart.
Oh, I was like, does that mean you sell miniatures? You said
No,
small box.
no, small box is like Dollar Tree, Dollar General, Family Dollar.
Yeah, your pizzas are awesome. Or not your pizza. Your pizza's okay.
Inbound
bagels are
Dr.
good.
Black. Give me just a moment.
I would take New York pizza over Tennessee pizza, but
Oh, is Blackie coming up?
There we go. Just shot him the link.
All right, I real quick. Well, we'll wait for Blackie to get in here. I got a story. It's called Expressionless, and I can probably share this picture. So this is the picture that comes with Expressionless.
So, real quick, while we're waiting on Dr. Black and the story, Monica Lynn says, "Are you guys following my channel? If you want, it would be great. Video out soon." Let me make sure that I am. I am subscribed to you. You have 62 subscribers, but don't have anything out just yet. But I dinged your bell just in case, or not just in case. At this point, you said you're putting something out.
I know I've dinged her bell. It sounds funny.
Oh, I bet you did, buddy.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So I will definitely watch it.
Let me see. I'm pretty sure. I
Jay
subscribed.
Jr., have a wonderful morning / sleepy time. I hope you have a good day. I appreciate you being in it for the long haul with us tonight / this morning.
Yeah,
Sharpie's is
definitely.
out as well. Sharpie's my friend. Appreciate you hopping in here first thing in the morning. Good to see you. Have a great day. Don't let them hit you with any ASBOs while you're out.
Night, brother.
I hope I shared the right link with Blackie. Let me go back over there. Now I'm like, wait, did I? Here, let me just drop it in the chat again because I don't see him. I don't think I had copied anything else after that. So if for some reason that previous link did not work, Dr. Black, it is in the chat now for you, sir.
What does that mean? That Monica Lynn just said? I'm not sure yet. Brownie girl has lost weight but seems happy.
I don't
I
know.
love knowing Girl Scouts and brownies because of Girl Scout cookies. At the old factory, the guys that had, their lists of Girl Scout cookies would always come to me because I would buy like $50 from everybody.
Oh, wow.
And I don't know any here.
Oh, here comes somebody backstage.
Uh-oh. Oh, there he
Oh,
is, the
just in
man,
time.
Black.
the myth, the legend, Blackie. Hey, Blackie, you got in here just in time. You want to hear a creepy story, bud?
You know I do.
Can you
guys
say
are-
with an accent? Australian
you know
accent?
I do. You know I do.
You know I do.
It wasn't Australian enough for them, obviously.
Clearly,
Do a
yeah.
Kiwi accent.
There's not enough words in that brief sentence that have the Kiwi inflection, bro.
Oh man.
I meant to say sentence. You need the right sentence, bro, and inflection, bro. Bro.
Did you like how I turned my head so it looked like I was looking at him? Okay, we're ready
I
for
looked
story
the wrong
time.
way.
All right.
Right.
Well, this one's called the expressionless. The picture I posted in the chat is of expressionless. It's a short one, so here we go. In June of 1972, a woman appeared in Cedar Sinai Hospital in nothing but a white gown covered in blood. Now, this in itself should not be too surprising, as people often have accidents nearby and come to the nearest hospital for medical attention. But there were two things that caused people who saw her to vomit and flee in terror. First thing being that she wasn't exactly human. She resembled something close to a mannequin, but had the dexterity and fluidity of a normal human being. Her face was as flawless as a mannequin's, devoid of eyebrows and smeared in makeup. She had a kitten clenched between her teeth, her jaws clamped so unnaturally tight around it, to the point where no teeth could be seen. The blood was still squirting out all over her gown onto the floor. She then pulled it out of her mouth, tossed it aside, and collapsed. From the moment she stepped through the entrance to when she was taken to the hospital room and cleaned up before being prepped for sedation, she was completely calm, expressionless, and motionless. The doctors thought it best to restrain her until the authorities could arrive, and she did not protest. They were unable to get any kind of response from her, and most staff members felt too uncomfortable to look directly at her for more than a few seconds. But the second shift tried to sedate her. She fought back with extreme force. Two members of staff holding her down as her body rose up from the bed at the same time. Blank expression. She turned her emotionless eyes towards the male doctor and did something unusual. She smiled. As she did, the female doctor screamed and let go out of shock. In the woman's mouth were not human teeth, but long, sharp spikes. Too long for her mouth to close fully without causing any damage. The male doctor stared back at her for a moment before asking, "What in the hell are you?" She cracked her neck down to her shoulder to observe him still smiling. There was a long pause. The security had been alerted and could be heard coming in the hallway. As she heard them, she darted forward, sinking her teeth into the front of his throat, ripping out his jugular and letting him fall to the floor. Gasping for air as he choked on his own blood, she stood up and leaned over to him, her face coming dangerously close. As his life faded from his eyes, she leaned closer and whispered in his ear, "I am God." The doctor's eyes filled with fear as he watched her calmly walk away to greet the security men. His last ever sight would be watching her feast on them one by one. The female doctor who survived the incident named her expressionless. There was never a sighting of her again. So there you go.
All right. Very nice.
That's what I do.
I guess even in-store mannequins suffer the god delusion.
Obviously. So I believe we were told that if we get enough Australians speaking here, that we're gonna have an American try this accent.
Yeah.
Redfish, bluefish. Clearly a story about my ex-wife. Monstrous story. Nice.
She thinks she's God too, and has the teeth all pointy and stuff.
Well, that's what you get for marrying a mannequin, bud.
Hey, it worked for Andrew McCarthy in the titular movie Mannequin. No, hang on, he didn't marry her, did he? He just made out with her a lot.
There's nothing matter with that, right? right?
Oh, Ed.
No.
You do you, boo boo. You do you.
Oh, Gods and Ginger said, Blackie, come up with sentences for James and Ed to say.
Oh.
Why for me? This isn't my stream.
Now I feel like I'm the one under the pump, not these
G'day,
guys.
you mob. Dr. Black 66 here.
What's the most
Today-
Australian sentence you could ever
Oh,
say,
Lord.
Blackie?
It's got to involve Vegemite and kangaroo.
The most Australian sentence I could think of would involve far too many 4-letter words. Because, yeah, you know, we drop the F-bombs and the C-bombs. C-bombs are nice words down here. You call your best mate a C-bomb.
Sure.
That-
we don't do that in America, but you
No.
know that.
Yeah.
I've noticed.
It's just a cultural thing.
We're nice.
Oh, yeah, we're nice. Yeah.
Oh man.
Yes, Sianta, that was Chris Lilly who did Summer Heights High and Lunatics and all of those ones. Jonah from Tonga.
Oh, and you pronounce his name right. Look at you.
I remember stuff. I'm not smart. I just remember things.
Hey, I have to go AFK 1 minute, okay, guys?
Absolutely, Ed.
Yes, sir.
Does that mean Ed's running from the challenge?
Oh, no, just remember that. Arr.
He left his hospital wee pot in the other room.
I'm sitting on mine at this point. I figured there's no going back.
Yeah,
Oh.
I'm
So
James
trouble
has
with
the
that.
most white accent ever. I love it. I can't wait to hear this.
Oh Lord, yeah, and the accent's not even really out at this point. It's kind of disguised at the moment. Stop, cat. Out of my lap. All
Hey,
right,
Tron more.
let me
evening.
get myself. Stop. Go, bad cat. All right. At least
trying to look for something to read. I feel really under pressure trying to improvise a sentence. Wait, here's one. I'm really struggling to improvise a sentence in an Australian accent.
I'm really struggling to improvise a sentence in an Australian accent. I'm gonna need some more to drink for this.
That was a fair dinkum decent crack at that sentence, Jimbo, but potentially you need a little more work. That was another one you can have a crack at.
Oh Lord, I don't even remember half of what you said.
All right, so I'm going to ask you some questions. I'm going to give you the American and the Australian word. Can you agree? Yeah, can you tell me if they're right or not?
Okay.
All right, here we go. Friend is mate. Tourist, freshie. Oh, they're going to get ridiculous too. Shoes are chubbers.
In where? I've never heard shoes called chubbers.
Just keep listening.
Right, okay.
Kangaroo is bouncy mouse. Puppy is doggery-doo. Cigarettes, koala log. Awesome is dangarang. Car trunk is Finnegan's hole. The moon is mother onion. Airplane is sky gator. Snake is crikey mikey. Sweatshirts are sleeve Irwins. And stop is didgeridoo.
Boy, Black, you're really funny sounding.
How many of those were proper?
I'm going to go with 0 of them were
Yeah.
Australian slang.
If I remember correctly, in Australia, you have a puff on a durry.
Durry, yeah, or Siggy, just a plain
Yeah,
old
Siggy.
Siggy.
Is I believe a durry was a brand that saying was derived from, if I'm not mistaken.
You know, we also call them cancer sticks or nails in your coffin.
Yeah.
But durry's just so simple. It rolls off the tongue like a gem, you know.
I'm gonna go grab one of those. Speaking of which, and I'll be right back.
Fish tropic like the didgeridoo.
I think I may have heard that one time, but not. It's not like a conversational verb, you know.
Oh, sure.
It's potentially. I think the only time I've heard it is potentially in some written word, not just a conversational thing. Speaking of conservation, there's a lot of Australian slang that needs conserving.
How's the fire?
Good night, Chevy.
Um,
Oh, night, partner.
see you, Chevy.
That was for you, Blackie. There you go.
I had to run upstairs. I thought somebody was knocking at my front door. I don't know what that noise was, but
At this
nobody
hour.
was there.
It was. I just told a creepy story. Your senses are.
They're banging.
You thought maybe your mannequin got out.
Well, the cats looked up too, so I don't know. Maybe it was a bird or something.
Good night, Chevy Fish.
Redfish, bluefish, are you referring to the Indonesian culture? Or are you from somewhere other than Yankee land or Britty land? Because most definitely a lot of Australians spend a lot of time in Indonesia, being that it's so close to the northern end of the country. It's going to cost me more money to fly to Melbourne than it would to fly to somewhere like Vanuatu or Bali or Jakarta. It's a bit ridiculous. Yeah, but like I was saying, yeah, there's heaps of Australians spend a lot of time over there. Indonesia and Thailand are really popular with Australians, not only for holidays, but to go and buy a house over there and spend half their year over there.
Is it cheap to live there?
I believe so, yeah.
Wow.
Which I'm always kind of a little bit against because, you know, you get your people coming from more developed countries and they're taking their wealth and their money into a place, and it's kind of like taking advantage, I guess, unless you're in a position where you're actually working over there and earning your keep, so to speak.
So I like Fish Tropics comment there. Imagine saying I like your chubbies and looking at their shoes pointing.
Yeah, and someone's not quite getting the direction of your eye line or your point, because pointing is a very inefficient communication method, isn't it?
Absolutely. It's all about perception at that point.
I mean, unless it's big enough.
Yeah.
Well, if it's big enough, you're not really going to need a point, are you?
The worst thing,
It's tonight.
Monica, the worst thing is when you're laying in bed and both cats
Thank you, Chevy.
turn their head and look at something and there's nothing there. That's horrible. Or they think they hear something in the other room and they run like crazy. See what it is?
Yep.
Ed, do you have the Cthulhu pin in your hand?
I do have the Cthulhu pin in my hand.
Hey, Ed, don't turn around, bud.
I won't. Why?
No reason.
Yeah,
I'm
no
looking
reason.
behind
Just
right now.
don't do it.
Not yet, anyway. Wait about 7 seconds and then you can turn around. Fine.
All right, so I'm going to give a crack
I'll
at
take
this,
the
but I'm going to
temperature.
pull the earbud out here. That way I don't hear the criticism as I'm attempting to do it. I can actually hear myself. You see, you need the water. In order to properly do it, you need the water to clear your throat. You need the cigarette to kind of gruff your throat up a little bit. That's how you really get prepared to do the accent.
Oh, you gotta clear the palate, then you gotta mess it up again.
Exactly.
Well, I think you're working on different sections of the throat, and they're both vital parts of the throat for doing proper accent work.
I'm glad that you threw in that it was accent work and didn't just leave it at the parts of the throat that we were using or utilizing.
Got to be thorough. I've learnt that with this crowd.
Absolutely. Okay, let's give this a go here. I will think of something to say.
Put another shrimp on the Barbie. How often in your life have
G'day,
you said that,
you
Blackie?
Today we are going to be doing the Vegemite hashtag Dr. Black 66 Black Scent Challenge. From what I understand, you foreigners That went way British right there.
Big time.
Don't really. Yep. Nope. 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 That's all you're getting.
I hope someone recorded that for posterity.
Yeah.
Some parts of it sounded Australian, I would say.
Well,
You started strong, and
it
then
keeps cracking out on me.
you did go a little bit British in there, and then when you said foreigners, you were like totally back in the States.
Well, here's the thing. I had a whole script written out on the way home because I was like writing the video for doing the Vegemite challenge and Dr. Black Scent challenge. And I've kind of forgotten it. So I was trying to remember it, and that's not working at 5:52 in the morning currently. But it was a lot of crap talk about Americans and hating on Vegemite and being sissy lalas and such.
Probably a good piece of advice is to avoid words with too many R combinations.
R, gotcha.
Like foreigner, because it's only got the two R's in it, but it's got three kind of R sounds in it. They're all going to make you revert back to your native tongue.
Gotcha.
So, one R you're going to get away with, but try not to roll on that R too much, because we kind of ignore them a bit. We leave them off most words if they're at the end.
Right.
So, Black, you say foreigner again?
Foreigner. See, I put an A on the end of it instead of an ER.
Foreigner, like that.
Foreigner.
Which goes to it's kind of applies to most words that end in ER. And of course, when I go looking through the chat, over, more of an over than over.
Over. Vegemite. The spirit bring a cat close the door. Oh, they're off on some other level stuff right now. They're off in the chappy zone right now.
Far enough. Except it's more do we still no? Probably far. So it's almost. Yeah, I suppose you did spell it far.
Fish Pond. I got to ask you, why would we watch you? What do you got to offer? This is the Shark Tank right now, bud.
There we go. Yeah. What do you got going on?
We're putting him on the spot. We're going to see how he responds.
Yeah, you could subscribe to us first.
We're having this deep philosophical conversation regarding trying to do Australian accents and ghosts and cats. And we look down and there's this, please subscribe. So
very polite though.
Very, very polite. Absolutely. And a double heart. I like that.
But there's four of us. He's only put hearts for two of us.
No, he doesn't like you
leaving out.
Happy. Yeah.
Who are the hearts for, Fish Pond?
Yeah, let's start there. Now, I just want to advise you, look in the top right corner at the logo and look at the far left corner at the names. That'll give you a hint as to where one of those ought to be.
I'll give you another hint.
There you go.
That's what we were looking for. All right, he's not responding back. Let me check out his channel.
No, I've actually already subscribed to Fish Pond UK.
You're not supposed to do that. You're not supposed to say that. I lost him on the. Where'd he go?
He's probably gone, but
we scared him off. Just have a little fun. Where the hell did he go?
I thought it was a good question.
Well, I'm going to base the fact that he's come in with a full, good, solid paragraph as his first comment. I'm assuming it's a he. Sorry if I've misappropriated your gender. So I'm assuming that the response is also going to be quite a reasonably large paragraph of text.
Why have I lost his comments? It didn't get deleted?
No, it's still there.
That was happening to me in StreamYard the other day. It was flicking me out of the live comments and into
chat.
The private chat.
Yeah, you can't do top chat. You got to do live chat.
Yeah, that too.
Oh, he's got a nice pond. There, it's in his name, Fish Pond.
Yeah.
Ponds are cool.
All right. So, Dr. Black, say Vegemite for me again.
Vegemite.
Vegemite. Vegemite.
Now,
I'm trying here.
Blackie,
Come on.
when you hear other Australians, do they sound like Australians to
They
you?
don't. That's the problem. Is there's so many different dialects or whatever you want to call it.
Well, there's more. I think there's definitely more in the States, but there's also a hell of a lot more people over there spread around.
We don't even want to get into the whole British thing.
Yeah, well, that's the one that gets me the most. Is such a small area, but lots of people. So many different dialects. But yeah, over here we all sound pretty much the same, I guess.
Well,
Amber, you didn't offend me whatsoever.
because I've noticed you could have 4 Australians in the stream from different parts of the country, and 3 of them go, "That's a shit accent," and one go, "Well, that was spot on, mate."
Redfish,
Brad
bluefish,
Brad
Vegemite
Fowler
is the
needs a
devil.
Vegemite education.
Vegemite.
Vegemite education. That's a good phrase.
Veggie edgy.
The veggie edgy mob. Yeah, mob.
If you repeat Vegemite education to yourself 47 times, you'll start getting the hang of the enunciation. But I guess some of us are, like anywhere, some of us are a little bit more conscious of speaking proper, and some of us don't really give a crap about it. So some people can, I guess, slip into just constantly speaking total slang and trash talk and whatnot. But I guess it really depends on what you grow up around as well. If you grow up around people who are well-spoken, you don't necessarily slide into all of the foul speak.
Redfish, bluefish nailed the description of Vegemite.
Did I miss it?
He said it's the devil.
Oh, it's the devil. Well,
Yeah, he gave a more in-depth description.
So
It's
Monica was
basically
asking
dark,
you a question
goopy,
there.
Concentrated misery available in a jar.
Yeah.
I just don't see it like that. It's just so lovely to me. It's one of the pleasant things in life.
So Monica Lynn asked you a question, or not a question, but
I've actually been without my camera since Christmas Day because I left it at my niece's house. I'm supposed to be getting it back soon, but I have been getting bird footage whenever I can. So there will be a part 2 to that first bird video on my YouTube channel, Monica, potentially containing more birds, or potentially also just containing the same birds doing different things.
Your birds are cool.
Yeah, more bird footage. I can't even speak my own accent at this point. Jesus.
what kind of birds you got there, Blackie?
Well, how long you got? It's a bloody long list, mate.
Different. They're all
Top 3
different.
birds. Go.
3 birds: rainbow lorikeets, Australian magpies, and Australian ravens.
There you go.
But there's
You got green hoppers.
Hey, Ed, that's 4.
Well, you asked him, not me.
one greenhopper. I think is an amphibian, isn't it?
I have no idea. That's what I called the birds that were hopping around, the green hoppers in my head.
The really colourful ones with the blue heads. Yeah, they're rainbow lorikeets. Rainbow lorikeets. I call them the rats of the sky because there's so king many of them.
That's what I call pigeons.
Well, yeah, pigeons are rats as well, I guess. But being a small country town, we're not so overwhelmed with pigeons like your feral pigeons that you see in the cities. We have quite a few different species of native pigeons around here as well. We've got crested pigeons, which are quite pretty, and we have wood pigeons, which are a lovely little dainty. Actually, I think they're classed as a dove, but pigeons, doves. tomato. They all taste the same when they're cooked at 180 for 45 minutes. I just got hungry. Pigeon
Bud
pie.
Presley, hello and welcome. Said, I would love to have a magpie. Great to see you all. Good to see you too, my friend. Ed Bud is actually just up the road from us in Maryville. And he does basically raising bait fish. So,
Maryville?
yep.
Is that the women's
No,
prison? And
now you're messing up the accent. You're not from around here. If you're from around here, you know it's Merville. Spelled Maryville, but it's Merville.
Merville.
yesterday, Bob was correcting me because I said Mount Eagle, and he said it's supposed to be Mont Eagle
Now,
because of the accent.
yeah. Oh God, it kills me. It drives me nuts.
Isn't that a bay in a song? Monteagle Bay. Come seek me, Mon. Come seek me, Monteagle Bay. No, wrong song.
My
No, I
favorite
don't know.
I
around
think
here.
that's Oh man, you're messing me up there, Baki. Montego.
We have a little town called. Well, here I will spell it for you. The spelling is Corryton, Corryton. But if you pronounce it Corryton, everybody knows you're not from there because anybody that's from there throws ing into it. It's Corrington.
Oh, we got a few like that down here.
Yeah,
as well.
you're just making crap up at this point. But okay, but that's how they know you're an outsider because you don't throw the ing in it.
One of my favourite ones down here is there's a town in the mountains on the way to Sydney called Bulladila. But the way it's spelt, people read it Balladila.
Oh, where are you going? I'm going to Balladila.
That was classic. The first time I heard that, and I've heard it about 72 times since.
That is great.
But yeah,
You know,
there's
while we're sorry, I'm just going to say one thing to Amber. You didn't offend me whatsoever. I just prefer to live in complete denial. And that's all I'm going to say. Okay.
Egypt's nice at this time of year.
What's nice?
Absolutely.
Egypt. Didn't you say the Nile? You like the Nile? I'm going really shocking with my shit jokes tonight, aren't I?
There was smoke above poor Ed's head there. It was just.
Oh goodness.
I was
Oh,
originally a geography major. Believe it or not.
I like.
There we go. Zen Ginger's clarification there. Thank you, Zen.
And she did it in caps as well. I think
There
she's
you
all.
go.
I like geography so much. My bedside lamp is a world globe.
Oh, wow.
It's nice.
Wait, they still make those things?
Yeah.
Yeah, that
Actually-
thing's from 1975, isn't it? You don't have to lie to us.
Well, it's a repro, so I think it was put out by a chain of stores called Australian Geographic.
Well, I'm
but
pretty
there-
sure since y'all are so far away, things get to y'all later. So it
does
might
take a long
be
time.
new. For us, it was the 70s.
But yeah, there is a super funny story to that, how I got my hands on that globe, but this is not the platform for me to tell that funny story.
Oh, I don't know. We talked about Cthulhu in here.
Oh yeah, it's a my association with Cthulhu has less implications to my future than the story about that globe.
As some people might say, did it fall off the back of a truck?
I like it. You're being really thorough with your research. I like it. And yeah, I think that one actually originates probably from England speak, but we certainly use that a lot. It's a good one.
A customer come in maybe a month ago and asked if we carried globes, and I was like, no, I'm sorry, we don't. Do you know where I could find one? Amazon? I don't know. It has been a while since I looked for one.
Yeah, 1976 called. They want their shopping list back.
You get crazy stuff like that. And remember, I'm small box, so think like, well, this won't be relevant for you, Blackie, but like Dollar Tree, Dollar General, Family Dollar, and people are like, "You carry toilet seats and dryer vents," and I'm like, "No, we don't."
Is that like that's like your $2 store, that kind of stuff?
Yeah, yeah,
Down here, we call them plastic shit world.
yeah. Absolutely.
There's one in every town. You just they go by different names, but essentially they're very similar and very well frequented by many people.
Yes.
I actually did some Christmas shopping in one not too far away from here.
Oh, there you go. I'd forgotten about that. Bud Presley says it. Blackie, I used to raise red claw crawdads. I know you call them yabbies, but what do you call that species in Australia? I was talking to Fisherman Fever about them. They're magnificent. They are, and they get extremely large compared to what we have for crayfish or crawdads.
Funnily enough, we call them red claw crayfish.
There you go.
But also funnily enough is that there is a very blue variety of them, which is your color of your electric blue crayfish
Oh, wow.
that you see in your fish shops. I know words, but they still have the very red claws, and then you get the standard ones, which are a really lovely deep brown color, but they still have a zingy bright red on their claws. Hence the name.
You can eat these, right?
Oh yeah, tasty
okay.
as. The big red claws get very large, like bodies 6 to 8 inches long, but overall length, if you include their claws, like you're looking at a foot. My son's got a big one in one of his big tanks, and it's like 11 and a half, 12 inches long if you like stretched its arms out, tail to the tip of its claws.
I imagine when they get that big, they're probably not as tasty anymore.
Probably, yeah, but they're easier to get to the meat, I guess.
Yeah.
Redfish, bluefish, and big city bettas. Amber, I hope y'all have a wonderful day, night, morning, whatever we're calling it at this point. I appreciate you all hanging out with us.
Yep, I appreciate it a lot. You guys are awesome.
Thanks for enduring our silliness.
Yes.
LOL, what? Chappie, Dr. Black is 17 hours ahead of us. Any questions about the future? Yeah, what are the lottery tickets numbers? Lottery.
Yeah.
7, 6, 21, 14, 19. What do the numbers go up to? Is like out of 40 or 80?
74.
34.
74.
Yeah, they upped it.
Fuck, that's like Keno. Sorry, I said fuck.
Oh, that'll be all right. Shit.
Now, where's the fuck on this thing? What do I...
Yeah, right. I'll have to rethink that. Hang on. I know what I need to refill my
Redfish.
to accurately predict numbers. See you, Amber. Good to see you again. Sorry if I said rude words in your ears on this stream.
You haven't said the C word. You're good. No
Oh,
one's
wait.
going to freak out yet.
What's great is Chappie's going to have people from his stream that haven't encountered Dr. Black or any of our Australian friends, and they're asleep right now, and they're going to wake up going, "Did I hear a fucking Australian while I was asleep?"
I think I've met quite a few people on Chappie's streams.
Yeah. So I have an Australian that likes to frequent my streams. He got mad when I told him that Australians are the British Texans. He didn't think that was funny, but Dr. Black, I mean,
That's water off a duck's back, mate.
I'm just saying. Dang old dang, Bubba. You know what I'm saying? Hell.
I mean, like an anus. Everyone has one, and they've also got their opinion.
Blake's Aquatics. At least you still have a shirt on. Little wins.
Small victories count. I've had to put on. I've got like this wall-mounted fan up behind me. I mean, it's not that hot, but I was just getting absolutely derailed by mosquitoes earlier.
I saw that. And everything
So
in Australia wants to kill you, right?
Well, they certainly want to have a bite of you. Some of them want to keep you alive for later. They don't want to get rid of you all at once.
Yeah, there was a lot of outrage to that shirtless stream. I was kind of surprised.
He was shaking them things.
I think Pam went on for a good 15 minutes about it. I was like, oh, dear Lord.
Let's just hope I've learnt my lesson. Even though
I don't think you did.
I don't think so.
I don't think you did.
I think it was the combination of adding just the total shirtlessness, Chris jumping in there. It was just an overload of moves.
And y'all are lucky that I walked out. Yeah, I left to St. Louis.
Oh man.
Everybody would have lost their lunch.
Good times, good times.
I thought we were living in an era where there was no shame about the human form.
Only if you're a woman, apparently.
I'm just dumbfounded by the double standards in today's society.
I love the appalled look
So
on your face.
if
You
we
pulled it
take
off
our
well.
shirts off on camera, does that make us man sluts? Which we would be mutts possibly, so they're mutt shaming us?
Maybe. I mean, we're not trying to get laid by taking our shirts off. We're just trying to show
Well, definitely not, but you know.
Now I just lost a chat. It goes out for a few minutes. Does that happen to you guys?
I stay on the YouTube chat, so I've not had that issue. I have seen it happen once or twice before.
I like to see what y'all are doing before it goes to YouTube, so I stay on this chat.
Zen says there's shame. Y'all just don't have any, apparently. Depends on the time of day, Zen Ginger. Depends on the time of day.
Monica just asked, is it hot there, Black?
It is, but it's, I mean, like I said, I've got this fan blowing on me to blow the mosquitoes away, but it's actually quite a mild night tonight. It's not too warm, but today was pretty warm.
I think Lauren is willing to help support our cause and fight for our rights.
I think she's saying that because she wants to also walk around on the live streams with no top on. Is that
Well,
correct?
and remember, that's what we were trying to support women's right to free the nipple, and that just, I mean, we tried to show support, and it just backfired on us categorically.
So this right here, Black, this is a small size.
What's
you'll
that,
have-
a leader?
Yeah,
Or-
you'll have small size, right?
Our
That's America's
small size-
small.
Oh, right. You know, our smalls are 300 mils and then 600 mils. And then you go from the 600 mils to a 1 1/4 liter. We don't even do the 1 liters anymore.
We don't either. Not on the Cokes. At least not at my store. We carry the 1.25s or the 1 1/4s.
Yeah. But yeah, 300 mil, you're almost wasting your time because that shit's gone in one mouthful. But you know, you're not going to get fat drinking 300 mils of Coke at a time, are you?
Wait, what?
I never pay attention to the size.
Huh?
I just get the biggest one I can.
That's what,
That's what she said.
Nice.
2 liters is the biggest ones they sell it in here, unless you buy a post mix machine.
Oh, Mr. Zen's got our back. Thank you, sir.
Does he take his shirt
Mr.
off?
Zen. So now, Mr. Zen, do you have fish? We need to learn more about Mr. Zen.
I think Mr. Zen has fish that the Zen Ginger keeps.
Onions.
He dresses in a really
Oh.
fancy suit. Are you drinking? Was
He's
that
eating
drink?
onions.
Green cocktail onions.
Oh.
Just
But
felt
no,
like
we
something sweet
we can-
and bangy and vinegary because they're quite vinegary. They've been open for a couple of weeks.
So they're fermented.
Oh, lovely.
We can
Oh,
tell
yeah.
that Mr. Zen dresses well from his photo. He dresses like a man in black.
Oh,
Well, if
Don't
a
make-
man is in black, isn't he probably undressed?
If he's chasing aliens.
I was just referencing Dr. Black, but
Oh, I was confused.
I'm glad you explained it though.
oh, for his explanation, it wasn't that good.
We'll get you there, Bubba. We'll get you there. Don't you worry about it.
It made sense. Once we got there, it made sense.
And that's all that matters.
I'm
We
with
still
all these
have-
Southerners.
I don't know how, but it says we still have 26 people.
I don't. Most of them are asleep. I'm telling you.
All right,
Do you
I'm
want
going to get
that?
loud, guys. Cover your ears.
You want less?
Ed, you too. Don't make me turn up
That's
my
all right. You're
soundboard.
pretty quiet.
All right, hang on. Let me turn this up. Oh, you're gonna lose some subscribers here, bud. Hang on.
Is this
It's
going to be
just live.
porn noises? We don't need any more porn noises.
Oh, gain to the max. Hang on. I'll get it.
All right. Public service announcement. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are awake at this point in time, I suggest you cover your ears, take out your earbuds, turn off your speakers.
Oh, hang on a second. I'm trying. Wakey. Was that loud enough? No. Yeah, that's what it's supposed to sound like. Let me turn this back.
Oh my goodness. And see, that's
Hello.
the whole Chappie's like, I have the technology, I might as well use it. Hold on just a second, let me hit some knobs.
I'll just use a distortion pedal for that.
I just messed
Stomp
up
box.
all my.
Oh goodness gracious.
And I just don't want Chappie to go homeless.
Oh, no, I'm fine. Can y'all hear me? Am I audible again?
I think Chappie's roommate already hates Chappie.
Oh, from the singing stream? Oh, yeah. Can you guys hear me at all?
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
now you can. I see the little things going. Sorry about that, guys.
Oh, that was enjoyable. I don't see anybody in the chat that was not already in the chat. So if they did wake up, they said, fuck this guy and left.
Oh. I can put effects on my voice too. It's I'm not gonna do that though.
Chappie's too fancy for the likes of me.
Oh, you're all right. So how's everybody doing?
What? Can't hear anymore.
Be a robot, Chappie, says Lauren. So, Dr. Black, you got anything planned for the day? Fishy, tubey, snaky, birdie, piss anywhere you like related?
Drinky.
Probably not so much on the drinky side. I do have, I've got spread out some of my baby rivulatus into some smaller tanks, and I've got to sort out some flow in one of them because, one of the tanks that I put them in has already got bristle nose and cherry shrimp in it, and there's a little bit too much flow in there, so the babies are just all over the place, so they're probably not going to do too well. But then where I put the majority of them is completely still water, and I tried to chuck an air stone in there on an old air pump. I've only got one spare air pump now, and it's on low power, no bubbles. On high power, plenty bubbles, but also more noise than Chappie on a Wednesday night.
Oh man.
Or is it Wednesday night? It's Thursday night for you kids, isn't it?
It's Friday morning.
Yeah, it's Friday morning now.
Right.
Yeah.
So yeah, I've got a couple of old filters I've dug out. Got them soaking at the moment to clean the excess filth that I potentially neglected to clean out of them when I pulled them down last. And kind of been working on a little bit of pipe action, not this kind of pipe, bit of pipe for
different kind of pipe action. We got
Is that a bubbler?
Well, it's just to disperse the water, so it's not just one solid gushing flow. It spreads it out into a less flow, so it doesn't freak the heck out of the babies.
So Brad Fowler, and it may have been Brad that asked earlier, was asking about your fish, Dr. Black.
Oh well, I keep quite a few. I suppose I don't have anywhere near the amount of tanks that Jimbo and Ed have got, but I keep some South and Central American cichlids behind. I probably can't really see too well in this tank behind me. And then this tank behind me, I have a Jaguar cichlid. And down behind the rocks, there's a Feste, a red terror. You can just see the red of its tail. I've got a breeding pair of green terrors, rivulatus, and a foot-long gibiceps.
Very nice.
Plecostomus. Around in my big tank around the front, I've got a big white Oscar and another Jaguar and another red terror and an Australian eel tail catfish. And then pretty much all my other tanks are bristlenose, guppies, and cherry shrimp. Oh no, that's right. I've got a betta in a little cube tank beside my big cichlid tank. Betta, a couple of glass catfish, and some bristlenose, just for something different. Why not have more bristlenose in every single tank you've got?
Absolutely. Well, I mean, they're hard to come by, so yeah, if you can get a hold of them.
I certainly haven't had that problem in the last few years. They breed out the wahoo for me.
Yeah, absolutely. I do find it funny, though. I too have Gibbosepps and Jaguar cichlid behind me as well in my tanks.
They're good tank mates. They love each other. I think the jag is one of the only fish that doesn't pick on the gibby. No,
So-
actually, the Fete doesn't either. I think the only ones that pick on the gibby are the ribs because they're a breeding pair, so they pick on any bastard that comes close to them.
We did have a request for
No, that's a real pretty tank, Bubba.
Dr. Black and Chappie to do a karaoke duet.
Oh, but the delay, the lag, it'd be terrible. And Jimbo would get demonetized and probably kicked off YouTube.
That's coming at this point, anyways.
Yeah, I think there's only one of my tanks that I don't have bristlenose in because this big guy behind me, there's still like 4 or 5 bristlenose in there that I couldn't catch when I
Nice.
changed it because this big tank used to be guppy and prawns and bristlenose as well, and I think I took 130 odd bristlenose out of it when I changed it over, and clearly I didn't get them all because there's still half a dozen or so in there. But yeah, the only tank that I don't have bristlenose in is the bigger cichlids around the front.
Ow.
The
Oh,
only sucker fish that I have is
No.
autocats.
Autocinclus.
Yep, autocinculus. I don't have any bristlenose or any of that stuff. It's unbelievable.
If only you knew somebody nearby that had 1 or 2 or 4 or 500 that could help you out with that, Ed.
I want one that looks like Cthulhu.
And
That's my dream.
we're
Bring
back
some
to
model
Cthulhu.
glue and a little figurine, and we can make it work.
I had this. Actually, I think he's in that tank over there. This big I don't know if he's albino or lutino, leucistic, whatever you want to call it. A vintage male. He's probably a good 10 years old, and his bristles on his face, they don't just go up; they dangle down and sort of hang all around his face and stuff.
Oh,
He looks pretty sick.
that's awesome. That is so awesome.
Yeah,
You
but
said those
you
are
rarely see him.
bristlenose?
It's a type of catfish, sucking catfish.
What just went by your camera?
Me. Oh, yeah, there is a yet another flying ant walking across my computer screen.
Wow, it was huge.
Well, of course it's going to look huge. It's right on the camera.
Still, those Australian bugs are like,
I put my finger right there. and
Holy
everyone
crap!
goes, "Oh
How
my
big is
God,
your finger in Australia?
your finger is so huge."
wow, you're well manicured.
That one I keep that one long because I've been playing a little bit of acoustic bass with Sarah lately, so I like to use that one as a plectrum when I play bass.
It's good for scratching too.
Oh yeah, trust me. Beats a dessert spoon on the old let's not go there. But if you don't have fingernails, try a dessert spoon, boys.
There you go. Now, I actually had a customer earlier ask me where I got my manicures done. I was like, I don't. I was like, this is just what happens when I don't work for 2 weeks. I don't know. Yeah. Normally, they would all be broken off from opening boxes on a daily basis.
I mean, you have an addictive personality, but you don't bite your nails.
I don't bite my nails because I have dentures. I bit my nails all the way up until I had all my
There you
teeth
go.
yanked out at once.
That
Yeah,
makes
that's
sense.
that's one thing that stops me is that I got some real bad teeth lately, so I really try not to bite them. But sometimes I'll get it started with a bite and then just do the rest with the other hand. Right.
Yeah.
So I keep these guys a little bit longer for guitar playing, and then these guys a little bit shorter. Also, guitar.
Oh
The hell did he do?
Piranha just bit him.
no! The fucking cat jumped up and grabbed a hold of my back midair, just all claws in.
That was a little piranha kiss.
Yeah.
You should have just dropped to the floor and just made us think.
So does that mean we're in about 5 minutes' time we're going to see a live cat feeding to the piranha?
If it does it again, yes.
Aw.
Hashtag sponsored by Kitten Caboodle.
I mean, I'm not saying I wouldn't watch it, but I
I
mean,
just don't understand why it keeps doing that. Like it just keeps running over and just jumping up and digging into me.
is your crack showing? Is the kitty trying to tell you something?
No,
Is that the cat that
it's
likes
all
your
showing.
wife
I haven't
better?
had anything on from the waist down for 2 hours, Bubba.
Is that
Ah.
the cat that likes your wife a lot better?
No, and that cat does not like her better. That
I
cat
didn't
can't
know-
stand her.
I didn't know you had a cat until she got on stream.
That cat tried to smother her last night because I was over on her side of the bed, and the cat's like, "No, you're supposed to be over here with me." So it tried to smother her.
Yeah, that's what you think. He
Yo,
was
the
just getting all
ladies,
over.
all the ladies are complimenting you on your nails.
Oh well, thank you very much. I appreciate that.
You should see him
Um,
when he puts his red dress on. He's
Yeah,
so-
no, the purple dress. The purple dress is what really.
Oh, you got the purple one?
I did.
Oh, I
Purple
gotta see
goes much better with the French manicure.
See, you say that, but you don't realize I'm the cashier at work. That when the lady makes a joke to the other lady with her about the concealer, I'm like, "Oh, that's okay. My concealer's $15," and they just kind of look at me and giggle. I have no shame. Or they
How old
say,
are
"Oh,
you-
my purse is a mess," and I'm like, "I can't find anything in my purse either." And they just kind of look.
How old are your kids? Do you have kids?
They are 6 and 8.
Oh yeah, that's gonna kill when they're in high school.
Yeah, yeah.
You wave out the window with your long fingernails. Daddy loves you.
Alan S. coming through with the solid advice. I'd never even thought of it. If you only put one bristle nose in a tank, they don't breed. Who'd have thunk it?
I don't think that they can even survive like that. I think that they would just reproduce like on a cellular level. It would just, yeah, I don't think that works.
Oh, are they
Either
really
that
bad about
or-
that? Are they like bunnies?
Well, they are, and they're. I think that's entirely libido based. So if they're not getting a chance to bump uglies, as it were, then they just probably go and suicide in a corner. Maybe.
Wow.
I'm just speculating. I've never seen it happen because
So-
I've always got 37 in a tank.
I do have to agree with Law. What better the back than the beard? Yes, I would rather be bleeding right now from the back than lose the beard. You're absolutely right.
Oh man.
Then we're not really going to feed the cat to the piranha. I'm sure there's some sort of. Yeah,
Oh, but
PETA would be all over me.
someone would be all over you.
Goldfish tank picked a heck of a time to walk through the door.
Why am I not seeing most of the? Oh, there it is. Okay.
Only pretty nails are confirmed. I'm not breaking out the purple dress right now. I'm sorry. I apologize.
I could go get mine if you like.
I absolutely.
Quite revealing. And it's not purple. And it's got lots of fishnet
Oh,
and latex.
my shorts just shrunk.
Is that the American version of my saying?
Yep.
What about the blue dress? We'll save that for another stream.
Oh man, we have devolved.
Yes, we have.
So
All the way to
Blackie-
the bottom. Poor Ed's just sitting there like, why did I stay here?
Oh, you got to
Why
talk
did I
about
do
Cthulhu.
this?
We get to be a little bit gay. So fair is fair. So
Yeah.
Find everyone's limit.
I think I've narrowed down some fish that I might think about getting.
Okay.
So the black ghost knife fish,
Oh,
Nice.
African tiger fish.
Good luck with that.
I know. But they're so pretty.
They are.
I would hope that you wouldn't put them in the same tank.
No, no. Oh, what was the other one that was like the African tigerfish?
Lungfish.
No, fuck no. Um,
Shovel nose catfish.
that was the one with the teeth.
He wants to see teeth.
Yeah, the monster.
I'm
Jaguar.
telling you, though, the lungfish is going to be able to rip the skin off your fingers.
Let me find.
Really
That's
well.
hot. Chappie's doing creepy pastas, and his fingers are just bones and blood.
No, what is it? Shit. Or the vampire fish.
Oh,
The vampire tetra.
Yes. Yeah, so it's either a black ghost knife fish or monster fish. What do you think? Good for a beginner? Any of them?
No.
all those are beginner fish. They're all 10-gallon tanks. Perfect.
Yeah.
I don't think you need a heater.
No, I don't think so. You probably don't even need any filtration on that thing. I mean, you could probably just go ahead and stick some sand in the bottom and a 10-gallon and call it good.
Just throw
You
them in the
And a piece of
bathtub.
PVC.
You could potentially fill a coffee mug with saliva and you'd be okay.
Just put it in the tank part of the toilet, and just let it swim around in there. You'll be set. Water changes every time you go to the bathroom.
What, don't you use that section of your toilet for fish?
No, I actually use it for plants. I was telling somebody earlier.
It's not a bad idea.
And then when people ask why there's a light on the toilet, I just say it's for video purposes and walk away. But no, I wouldn't necessarily. Well, I mean, you could do the knife.
Out of the ones that you mentioned, I mean, the vampire tetras aren't supposed to be too bad as long as you get their diet right pretty quick, because you want them feeding pretty soon. But your knife fish can be okay, but they can also be super sensitive to swings in water parameters and stuff. So you got to be really careful with your water, and they can also be really picky feeders. But my nephew, who's just started his YouTube channel as well. I mean, he's had a YouTube channel, but he's just started up a fish tank and doing videos on his fish tank. He's got a
Ball sack you talking about?
Huh?
Ball sack or whatever his name was?
That's him. Well, he's
Zach.
Zach,
Zach, was it?
his name. Ball
Yeah.
space.
That's it. Ball space.
Yeah, he's got a knife. He's got a clown knife. Did you say clown knife or ghost knife?
Ghost knife.
Yeah, ghost knife, right. Yeah, you're barking up the wrong tree there.
Why is
He's
that?
got no, hang on. Yeah, no, he's got a ghost knife. I'm barking up the wrong tree. The ghost knife's the black one with the nice wobbly fins. The clown knife's the one with all the spotty pattern, isn't it? That gets much
It's fucking 3 foot long. Yeah.
yeah.
Oh,
He's
Jesus.
set up a really nice community tank around his ghost knife, and it looks really decent. And they use a electrical impulse to catch their food in the wild.
Yeah, I see that.
That's pretty neat.
You know what? You could actually make probably a pretty creepy tank if you got just a whole bunch of coolie loaches. I know it sounds goofy, but it's actually a fish that's easy. And you get a whole mess of them. They look like a bunch of worms.
True, and you can get them in a few different varieties of patterns as well. Yeah.
Ooh, we have an actual new person with an actual comment. Who would like to take it? Chappie, you're the narrator. Zeus60. Hello and
60.
welcome.
I have two large freshwater angels in a 55-gallon tank, and they are a mated pair. I have two smaller angels. Can a 20-gallon? How do I get them all in a 55-gallon? Because I know they're territorial.
Diffusion of line of sight, I would say, is your best tactic there. Put lots of vertical, what do you call it? What's the stuff we put in tanks? Decor, I guess.
Yeah. Decor, vegetation.
I was going to say
Lock it
plants.
Yeah.
Where they can duck in behind and disappear from the view, because a fish will chase another fish out of its own territory. But what's a 55? What's the dimensions on a 55?
It's 4 foot by 18 by 12. That's inches.
Right. Yeah. Well, I mean, that's going to be a little bit of a struggle because it's not too huge front to back. But
A 55 tall maybe would be better.
yeah, they'll have a.
Yeah, but
They're
now
real thin.
we're making the man buy a new tank. I'm assuming man, possibly woman.
Well, we don't know what type of 55 he has.
I would still go lots of plants and some vertical pieces of wood for them to get around, and they might the first few weeks of being together they might suffer a little bit of injury, but after your pecking order's fairly well established, they're not necessarily going to murder one another. And if you see obvious signs of stress in the smaller ones, then you've clearly got a spare tank there that you can potentially move a fish back out into until it gets over its stress episode.
Yep. So the key is line of sight.
Yep. Especially when that mated pair is doing their thing, because then they will be super aggressive. That's actually how I've gotten both of my mated pairs and put them in other tanks. Is I've waited until I come in here and all of the angelfish are on this side but two of them, and those are like, okay, y'all are over here doing your thing, let me pull you two out. Ditherfish could potentially be helpful as well. As Ginger said, ditherfish get tetras or something.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea.
Some danios are quick.
Yeah. Even if it's just, a dozen cardinals or something like that.
So, there it was, Tenra. Tenra, I love you. You just reminded me I have coffee from 7 hours ago I never drank. I'll be back. It's just now good.
Room temperature. Yeah, if you have some kind of ditherfish, was it zoos? Scrolled up, zoos, yeah, some kind of ditherfish. They will become the squirrel for your ADHD angelfish that will start chasing one of the smaller angelfish and then see this other fish and wander off to have a go at that. But yeah, cardinals or smaller fish like that will be a lot quicker and more mobile to get out the way. Good idea, TZG. So yeah, I think we can summarize that by saying obscure some line of sight, give them places to get out of that line of sight, and potentially add some ditherfish. And you will potentially have maybe 2 mating pairs in that tank occupying each end of the tank and giving a school of tetras a hard time.
Here's something I've done also with 2 sets of mating pairs. I've used egg crate. So that way you put I don't know if you guys know what egg crate is, but it's this stuff that you can buy to put over like fluorescent lights and stuff that diffuses light, but it's like little squares and you can break it up real easy and you can fit it perfectly in there and the fish can see each other, but they can't get to each other.
So essentially just a clear divider.
Yep.
So you can do
But the
same
water
with-
passes through.
I have no idea why they call it egg crate, because down here they call it lighting diffuser.
Yeah. Well, that makes more sense.
That's what I think they call it too, but
No egg's going to rest on those little squares.
maybe fish eggs.
Well, yeah, maybe it was originally designed in the era of quail egg popularity when everyone was eating quail eggs.
Yeah, unless maybe they clean eggs on them or something. I don't know, because it may not roll as easy. If
Everybody's
I have
given
no
their
idea.
light diffuser grid, light diffusing grating.
Yeah. Quail eggs? Well, what? You haven't lived until you've had a 17,000 quail egg omelette. They're only as small as budgie eggs. Budgie eggs, he's going to say next.
What about ostrich omelet?
Well, you only need 1 ostrich egg and you feed 17 people. Those things are huge.
So
Or emu eggs.
someone said I should get a wolffish.
A what?
A wolffish.
I've got crit.
Look at
That's a
Ed
big
here.
bastard.
Look at that. I actually have some egg crate. And it was cut for a 75.
Yeah.
Crazy, but this is what you're looking for.
I've
Oh,
never heard that
yes.
called egg crate.
Old and cold.
Oh, that looks neat.
Crikey. I'm glad I'm stone cold sober tonight. That would have really bugged my mind.
Oh man.
But yeah, that the person who suggested a wolf fish, if they're talking about a wolf cichlid, what you want to look up, chappie, is Parachromis dovii, or dovi, some people call it.
You want
I
to
like
spell
to
that for me?
pronounce Parachromis, Parachromis,
Got it.
Dovii, and I like to pronounce my double I's in scientific.
Now, how do you
As
pronounce
VI.
your Parachromis manuensis, or do you do the manuensis?
I do Manuensis.
Manuensis. That's
Oh.
the jaguar cichlid for those that are not aware.
Because
So
when
these
I-
things are angry, huh?
Oh yeah.
No, I want scary fish, but I don't want them necessarily to have bad temperaments.
Well, they have really good temperaments until you put your hands near the tank or your face near the tank, and then they want to rip your face
You are
off.
not jumping on me again.
You know, you might like just a old ugly Oscar. They're like puppy dogs in water, but they look neat.
Could you put a vampire tetra in with a knife fish?
I would
that
say
be,
yes.
Okay,
Knife fish hide most of the time.
they do. You're not going to see it a whole lot.
They're
You can
nocturnal.
put them with anything.
So I
So as
think
long
we
as
got
you
the
haven't got a
making of a
fish in
creepy
there,
tank.
As long as you haven't got a fish in there that's going to go hunting through every crack and crevice looking for food,
Sure.
that'll be okay.
And I'm probably looking at like ridiculously expensive fish, I think.
Well, here's my question though that I've been wanting to ask, because you're talking about the vampire tetra. Most people think that you're referencing the exodons, which are the bucktooth tetra, but you're in fact referencing a piara, piara, if I'm not mistaken. You're talking about the one with the two monstrous fangs on the front,
Yeah.
on the bottom lip that go up into the top.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of people are thinking that you're referencing the little bucktooth tetras, like
No,
that.
the one. I mean, they can get big too, can't they? That's my understanding. If you feed them,
Like-
let them grow.
I think they're two different. I think they're called Exodon.
Yeah,
I think
the
there's
buck-
like a big exit, like the big one, and then the smaller one, and you can get the smaller ones, but I don't think you can buy a big one.
Right. Well, I think what Chappie's talking about, that was not something that he's going to.
No, it'd probably be
Really?
the smaller one then.
Yeah, because the Piara or the vampire tetra, that one is not like the little exodons or the bucktooth tetras. It can get up to 3 foot long and has the two massive teeth on the bottom that actually go up inside the nasal area.
Do they get that big?
They can.
Wow.
I mean,
It's somewhere around 3 foot.
is that an unrealistic fish to try to keep?
It's definitely not a great beginner fish. Now, granted, you have a wonderful fishy support group here, but you're going to need a heck of a tank, my friend.
Coolie loach.
Good morning. All things about Karen and Donald Fish Vibes. How you going, Donald and Karen? Welcome.
Oh, I've neglected the chat. Hello.
Now, these things will look like worms, and if you get a whole mess of them, I mean, they kind of look like a batch of leeches or something. They actually look really creepy when there's a whole mess of them.
Yeah. The problem is if you have anything in the tank, they're going to try and hide.
Yeah, but if he just has coolie loaches,
I definitely
Scunch
like
Princess is
the
in the
knife
house as
fish.
well. Welcome aboard, Scunch Princess.
Hey, Scunch Princess, how you doing?
You know, speak of the devil, that's funny. I was going to ask if Scunch Princess was around because I believe that there is a link that Zen Ginger probably already has that we could drop for Dr. Black that pertains to the Scunch Princess. Yeah, those are cool.
That's right. So we're trying to get Mr. Blackie to splash, although it's Aquarium Expo now because people suck.
Yeah.
Underwater Pet Expo, I think they called it.
Yeah, whatever.
I know we're
It's
rebranding
Splash.
it. We are rebranding it. It is the event formerly known as Splash.
I really enjoyed seeing that in the chat, wherever I saw that earlier today or yesterday. That was a great idea. And yeah, Amber, you didn't miss much except that we started actually talking about fish.
Yeah, surprisingly, somehow we circled back.
Who'd have thunk it?
And thank God we had that one new person come in with a legitimate question, saved the day.
And we
Yeah.
went on a downward spiral into fish.
Yeah,
So, I guess I want to ask what you say they're not beginner fish. It just the temperament, water, and food, and all these things that y'all were saying. I guess that makes it for a more of an expert level fish.
I don't know if, I'm sure there's somebody somewhere with a 1,200 gallon tank, but I can't recall anybody that's keeping one.
I was
see what you're saying.
completely under the impression that those vampire tetras were only like a 6-inch maximum.
Well, and that's why I wanted to clarify, because most people are thinking the Exodons, which are the bucktooth, like the king of DIY had a tank full of.
I wasn't thinking of the Exodons. I was definitely thinking of those with pointy teeth that go up into their top jaw, but I didn't know they got that big.
I'm almost positive they do. Let me do some researching. Researchification.
There's a fish that's super easy to keep, and it has about the creepiest teeth in the world, and everybody will think it's a piranha. That's a pacu. Have you ever heard of those? Check out their teeth. They look like human teeth.
So I'm going to do a screen share really quickly here. Not until I move it to the screen. Aha, there we go. Aha. So no, that, they could probably go in a 10-gallon aquarium.
Jesus.
Isn't he a pretty boy?
Wow.
That is the fish you were talking about, right, Chappie?
I mean, eventually.
Yeah, well, see, that's what I thought, because like halfway through it hit me. I'm like, we're talking about two different types of fish here. People are saying, yeah, absolutely. And I'm like, no, that's not what he means. People are like, you get a school of them.
Oh, no. You definitely only want one of those. And you need to set up something bigger than what Big J has.
I think you want a backyard swimming pool for one of those guys, and potentially concrete walls by the look of that mouth.
You're going to want to talk to Ohio Fish Rescue about that in-ground pool.
Oh, man.
Cichlids Aquarium Keeper says, what is the best tank size for one Oscar? Well, you can start smallish when the Oscar's small, but in my mind, you want at least a 4-foot tank, because that Oscar's going to get to a foot long quite rapidly. You'll get away with a 4-foot tank, because as long as you feed it right and you do good water changes, have good filtration, etc. But you cannot squeeze an Oscar into a small tank, because they're very active, aggressive feeding fish. They will jump up out of the water for food. They will get a taste for human flesh when they've bitten your finger a few times. But the beautiful thing about Oscars is that they don't have a mouthful of razor-sharp teeth. So their bites are more like little nuzzlings of love upon your skin.
I like that description.
That was poetic and beautiful.
Well, one of my Oscars that died, he used to love gnawing upon my flesh, and he'd grab on and shake like mad, trying to rip chunks off. But this white one that's now, a good 8 or 9 inches long, he's just not interested in human flesh at all. But as soon as you put pellets or worms or anything in the tank, he is a super aggressive feeder. Gets his whole body up out of the water. But awesome personable fish to have. But yeah, put it in a good side tank.
You could definitely do a 55. I would probably recommend, if there's an option, to get a 75, because then not only does it have more room on the front to back besides that 12 inches, you've got room to maybe throw, a nice mid-sized pleco in there, something that's going to get 7 to 9 inches. And there are some really, really pretty plecos that you could put in with it. So it's not just one Oscar and a 55. But you could do it. I mean, that's, like Blackie said, that's the minimum I would go.
Definitely a minimum. And yeah, they might get like big teeth lollywots, but they don't have like the razor sharp teeth that a jaguar or a doveye might have. A dovey, sorry. Let's be consistent. Yeah, they're still gnawing teeth. Let's call them. They're not going to tear you apart on a bite. They might draw a little bit of blood, but what's fish keeping without a little bit of blood?
I actually found a website that's selling saber-tooth payara for $60. They're sold out right now. But is this is this the same fish we're talking about? I just posted it.
Probably is. I've seen them for sale before.
Do people not know that they
People that are selling don't care. They just want your money.
Oh, sure.
No, they don't.
But the people buying. I mean, I guess that's my question. Is that the same fish?
It's a learning experience to do your bloody research when you're going to buy. We've got the internet nowadays. We can look that up.
Here's what I absolutely hate about this site that's selling it, and I'm going to screen share this real quick. There is literally no information regarding the fish on the website.
Oh, sure. They just give a scientific name, and it's 6 inches. That's it.
Yeah. Let me do this real quick. So, you fellow fish keepers, look at this in terms of a sales site. That is literally all you get, and there's the bottom with their address. That's literally what you have. Oh, wait, hold on. There we go. Read more.
It does say read more.
It does, yeah. I've got that screen blacked out, so I did not see that at first.
Oh, so people don't see the total length of 2.92 feet.
Yeah.
But it is really handy how they had all that vital information after.
Yeah, the good stuff.
Oh, that's wonderful. Yeah.
I mean, I feel like you're selling someone a bazooka.
Yeah.
And telling them it's a 9mm gun.
Yeah. Here's some fireworks. Take this bazooka.
Well, what's happening, Donald Fish Vibes? So take me, a beginner, and I see something like that, and I just think it's a cool fish because I like the creepy stuff, and I buy it. Well, I find the fish getting bigger and bigger. Then I get to a 55-gallon. Maybe I get to a 100-gallon. I don't know. Who knows? Then the damn thing outgrows it starts eating all my other fish.
Yep.
Because that's a scary MFer.
Oh yeah, and that's the problem you have with the a lot of the catfish. Like you've seen Jay's pool pond. I bought those at my LFS when they're 3 inches big.
You don't know that they're going to get this big.
Yeah, which my LFS is really good about making sure people know what they're getting into. There we go. Golden Fish Tank has a baby arapaima. So yeah, the problem is when you get the pet stores that aren't advising people of what they're getting into. So that's, I want to pull up an arapaima for you so you can just see the stats on that.
Yeah, please. I was trying to Google it.
They're like my size.
Yeah. Arapaima gigas, I forget.
Well, even pacu. I've seen pacu that are gigantic. And, I mean, you could buy those at Walmart for a while.
They're not aquarium fish.
There we go. Screen share. This one. So I want you to look in the center of the screen at these gentlemen that have been fishing.
Oh, Jesus. Yeah.
Buy a little 6-inch one of those and take it home and put it in your 10-gallon.
I mean, now, once again, new guy. A fish, if you keep it in a small enclosure, what happens if you don't keep changing the size of your tank? What's it going to do?
It's going to outgrow the tank. Now, goldfish are definitely an exception in terms of stunted growth because of the hormones released into the water. And that's where one of the the worst misconceptions comes that fish only grow to the size of the tank. Let me take this off before I get some sort of no copyright something or another.
Nah, you don't get anything for that. You're fine.
But yeah, so that's where the problem comes. People think, oh well, it won't outgrow the tank. It'll only grow to the size of the tank. No,
Mm.
like I said, there are fish that do release hormones that stunt their growth, but that's not healthy in the least because the internal organs still continue to grow.
Yeah, you get an arapaima. One day you're going to wake up to glass and water and dead fish on your floor because they will bust through glass, no worries, when they get to a certain size.
Oh yeah. Well, in the front, if I remember correctly, like they've got a massive bone structure all through here. That's just
Oh.
brutal.
Jesus.
Yeah, not something you want. I mean, really, there's very few people that are equipped to have one of those in an aquarium besides a public aquarium. It's not really something that you want in the LFS.
That's
Well, Donald Fish Vibe story. They're depending on what your barrier between both sides was, but Oscars are phenomenal leapers. It doesn't if you've got a 3-inch high barrier above your water level, those things will clear that, no worries.
Yeah.
Get in there, eat your goldfish up, and grow like the clappers.
Hey, aquarium is maintained by Andy. I know you were in here before. I can't remember if you left and came back or have just been lurking. But either way, haven't seen you in a while. Hello.
I don't think that we looked quite at that web page good enough. Their website, the one with the tetra, is called angryfishsales.com.
Oh, did you revisit it?
Yeah.
What if we got Cheppy like a fish tank and just put a skeleton fish in it?
We'll put one of those singing bass in it.
Well, you know, they've got those skeleton ones. I've got one in my 10-gallon upstairs. I had it in the back of all my unboxings when I was trying to win aquarium box. But, I mean, you wouldn't have to feed it. It just sits there.
Hey, Cichlid
No,
Aquarium Keeper, you don't have to retract your message to ask it again. You're welcome to leave it up there. I did catch it earlier and I missed getting to it, but you don't. I every time I get to your messages, they're gone. Is Cichlid Gold a good food? I want to answer this. Sorry to interrupt, but he's asked a couple times. Is Cichlid Gold a good food to feed an Oscar? I don't see why not. I mean, I feed the Cichlid Gold to my piranha, my Oscars, just about everything gets it, including my cichlids. Even the plecos like it. I use the sinking pellets, the large size.
The only pellets I use, Omega 1 and Bug Bites.
And that's what the 2mm pellets, the small pellets I fed the piranha first were the Omega 1. But I've got a wide variety, but it's all like very specific stuff. I use the Omega 1 pellets, the Omega 1 color flakes. I did start using the Tetra color granules, and then I love the Hikari Gold sinking pellet, large size. Just about everything I have is either Hikari or Omega 1. But I would say a varied diet, not just feeding them Cichlid Gold pellets every day.
Oh wow, my chat stopped updating. That's cool.
All right. Sorry, folks. I just wanted to answer that. I felt bad because he kept asking and retracting.
Yeah, that's totally cool. Get them some bloodworms.
No,
They'd
we're
love
just
it.
we're being goofy up here, so feel free to ask your questions. I'm the only noob, really.
Essentially, no human would want to eat Vegemite on toast every day. So, you know, you got to mix it up. Don't feed your fish the same stuff week in, week out. Mix it up, give them a varied diet, and they'll be much happier for it.
And so there you go, the seal of approval.
All right, good deal. Hey, aquarium, Cichlid's Aquarium Keeper coming back with, I have a 4 foot by 14 wide, 20 deep tank. I'm getting an Oscar tomorrow. Yeah, so a 55. Would that be the outer measurements of the trim on a 55? I think so.
20 inches high is pretty tall, isn't that?
Well,
That might be a 75. You know what?
I swear a 55 is,
to the math said.
Aquarium.
yeah. Well, and again, it's going to depend on the trim because different aquarium companies have different trims. So if you're measuring the outside of the trim, that can vary it slightly. Zen Ginger says, so moral, only feed your fish Vegemite very infrequently.
Instructions unclear. Fish are drunk now.
I just want to say, Zen, I love the fact that my computer is telling me that you've sent me a message like an hour and a half after you've sent your messages to me. It's worse than the delay in Chappie's chat the other day.
Oh man, I can get up to 4 minutes, 5 minutes, man. That's how I roll.
Yeah, that was fun. That was fun.
Asking me about what's happening in the future.
Yeah.
I felt bad about that.
Oh, we were having a good time.
My internet's only gone out like twice this whole time.
And that's what I've said before. You know, we will literally sit and stare at a spinning circle on the screen as long as we can talk to each other and chat. That's really all we care about. The what's going on the screen is generally irrelevant to the chat.
It matters to me.
It does to me as well, but you know, just sometimes it's nice to just have a place to talk to people.
So, folks, I guess I'm going to put it to the chat out there who's listening. Since these three can't answer the question, no saber-toothed Pyara for me. It maybe gets a little bit too big for a tank. But we need some creepy fish for my tank. What do y'all think I should get?
This is still to go with your ghost knife, right?
It's still to go with the ghost knife.
That fish tank size is a 58.2 gallon. So that's a oddball size tank.
Well, yeah, but they generally round them off.
A little bigger than a 55. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, you are good. But like I think like my 75 is not right on it. Ah, crap. Okay. All right. Let's think, guys. Come on. We got three professional, expert, scientific fish keepers on the panel here. Surely we can devise an aquarium setup.
I do like.
Do you like snakes? How do you feel about snakes? Are they creepy?
My buddy sells snakes. I can get pythons all day long.
So eels are out of the question.
Yeah. I mean, the closest thing would be that black knife.
Andy's suggestion of glass catfish is pretty cool because they are fairly creepy looking little dudes. You get a school of 10 or a dozen of those things swimming around. I've only got 2, which is not a very sensible way to keep them.
Zen, I like the way you're thinking.
Yeah, we were trying to get him on the Bisher earlier.
No, I do like the Bishers.
Glass cats are good. You can also get these things called glass belly guppies, and you can see their guts.
Nah, that's not the kind of creepy I'm thinking.
Well, if
I
you're
was looking at a toothfish with, come on now.
If you're looking for weird, I do like the upside down catfish. They're definitely a weird looking fish. Miss Fever likes to call ours little monster because it's just so freaky looking.
Well, the butterfly fish is neat too.
They are. They just they don't move a whole lot.
Yeah.
No.
And they just
Well,
kind of sit there stagnant.
That's
But
why
they're
you've got
just
to put them
wicked.
in a big school.
They are. They're really cool looking.
Not exactly beginner fish. The ghost catfish is a bit odd. I don't think anything can live with a ghost knife long term. I wonder, can y'all answer that? Is there a reason why?
The nice thing about a Bisher also is the water perimeters. You don't have to have super perfect water too. They're a river fish, dirty African river fish. That sounded almost terrible.
What did you call me?
Them are fighting words where I come from, boy. But
Hey, Bo, let me tell you right here, we're going to down pickup truck. We want to haul you. Yeah, Bo.
You'd rather sandpaper Tiger's ass closing phone booth than mess with me, boy.
Glass cats are cool though, but we'll show you. And did you look at the cave fish, the blind cave fish?
They're pretty cool.
Well, here's
They're gross looking.
I think we've
they're
all
cool.
missed the basic question that we would generally have asked any other person asking about these fish. What tank size are you looking to get into here, Bubba?
Oh, see, I don't know yet. It's going to depend on the fish, right?
Oh,
And
yeah.
then-
I mean, you're looking at like 1.5 feet for even the black ghost gets decent size. Not as big as the clowns, but even the black one gets like 1.5 feet or somewhere in there.
And you're renting too, so you may not want to go big. You know,
So-
I don't know. How long do you want to live in your place where you live?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Are you on the second floor?
No,
You know.
no.
Okay. I only asked that not because the floor couldn't handle it, but sometimes, stuff in the lease in places are really weird about second floors and fish tanks.
Yeah, and taking a 55-gallon up and down stairs would kind of suck.
Oh, it's not bad. Miss Fevers helped me carry a 125 up and downstairs. Don't be
Miss
a
Fever.
punk.
Especially if your stairs have got carpet on them. It's easy as. Whoosh.
I mean, you could always go with something like a channel cat. That'll lead anything. They're ugly.
Let me see. Make sure I'm not
If it gets
overly
too big, you eat it.
chat.
Ed, would you ever eat any of your fish?
Have I?
Yeah, have you? That's a good question.
So, Law,
I
what
have not.
suggested a Fowler for
But I'm
Chappie
waiting to.
creepy shrimp? I had thought about that, but I don't think Chappie wants to fool with salt water.
Let me see here.
Oh, you know what? How about a fish tank filled with bamboo shrimp? It sounds goofy, but those things are nasty looking, and they're big.
I think Amber, was it Amber that suggested vampire shrimp earlier? They're pretty cool too.
What? It's just bamboo shrimp. Just look like some type of weird insect that would bite you at night.
I do have a video that's like 30 seconds long of some bamboo shrimp somewhere. I think. I swear I made a video at some point. Maybe it was an Instagram post. I don't know. I did something with some bamboo shrimp.
That's why I liked my Australian freshwater prawns when I had them going. They were beastly looking and
Oh, yeah.
they were very active, constantly running around, looking for fights, looking for food. Very nifty creatures.
So, I mean,
Unfortunately, no match for large American cichlids.
so a vampire shrimp, would that go with a black ghost knife?
It would eat it.
The
Is
shrimp
it?
would.
No, the black ghost knife would, because you're still looking at a fish that's going to get over a foot. And if it can fit in its mouth, it's going to eat it.
I
They
see
are
what you're
slow
saying.
growers, though.
They are. Yeah, they definitely are. Let's do something here.
And bamboo, it's really weird because the photos won't do them justice. When you see like a whole mess of them in a tank, it just looks like a bunch of roaches or something.
You know, like
But
PC,
when they're by themselves in a bag, they're cute.
I got an idea. You know, PC part picker. Let's say you pick your processor, then it tells you what motherboards you can use, and then it'll tell you if your case is big enough. It'll tell you if this is compatible. Why doesn't someone do that with like a fish tank?
Kids
You pick
thinking
a-
outside the square. I like it.
You pick
Yeah.
a tank size, or you pick a fish, and it knows how big it's gonna get when it's gonna
Too
eat.
many opinions.
Well, but I think there's cold hard facts also, right?
You'd
Well,
like to think.
We have a standard safety zone, if you will, in the hobby of, hey, you walk into a pet store and you probably shouldn't do these things. That's about the closest we can get to that. Case in point, pretty much everything I've got mixed behind me. If you walked into a pet store and said, hey, I'm wanting to set up my first aquarium, I want all these fish, they'd go, no, you shouldn't do that. Or at least they should.
Have you seen what a bristlenose looks like when they're full adults? They're kind of creepy.
Well, and you've got two different kinds of bristlenose. You've got the Timonics and the Timoniki and the Trimax. You don't see the Timonik very often.
I'm
But
kind
they
of
are
digging
pretty
that
cool.
vampire
Freshwater
crab.
habitats
That's a cool
in
looking
South
crab.
America and Panama.
Yeah,
I mean, look at that thing.
There is a compatibility chart. Oh, see? No, it's pretty cool looking.
Yeah, I really want to get one that's that green with the spots. But I mean, people they come in all colors.
okay, so that's what I was thinking of. The African knife fish, not the black, but just the African knife fish. They max at 12 inches, but they average about 8 in an aquarium. So you're looking at maybe 10 at the most, probably in an aquarium. So that's something you could possibly do to still stay with the knife fish, but not have to get into massive tank size. Plus, it's going to have a smaller mouth, so it's going to allow you to have more things not get eaten by it.
Oh, so the black ghost is a little bit bigger then, huh?
Yeah, it will get approximately twice the size. You've got some variation on how big they get in the wild versus how big they get in captivity, generally speaking. They
They
usually,
have a relatively small mouth, though.
yeah. Oh, look, it's time for me to get up for work, except it's not that day of the week.
Well, it's 6:13. I should probably go to bed soon.
I know, it's 7:13 here. What have we done?
Yeah, I was kind of thinking the same thing.
Me too. We're so in sync.
So this is a to be continued Chappie tank building process.
Anybody out there, and Amber, you're the smartest one. Creepiest, easiest fish for him to keep. Not saying that everybody else isn't smarter than Amber out there.
Oh, I'd back you on that. She's pretty
Thank you.
cluey.
Yeah.
And just remember, I think that the saber-tooth Pyara is the coolest looking fish ever. So there you go.
See, maybe we could make you like a paper mache one.
Well, why don't we just get some fangs and get him that small knife fish, and we'll just super glue him on there. You know, that's Chappie style right there. I wouldn't do that to a fish. Everybody that's panicking,
Or find me that piranha.
right?
Oh, find me that creepy Chappie piranha.
Oh yeah, that thing was awesome. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I think everybody's ready to die/go to sleep at this point. Yeah, Zen did mention that. Chappie, did you look at the elephant nose? Those are pretty cool.
I'm looking right now.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, those are weird looking.
They're pretty compatible with ghost knives too, from what I
You
understand.
get some ghost knives, a couple of coolie loaches, a bristle nose, and
You really want me to have those
Elephant
coolie loaches, don't you?
and yeah, I do. They're great, and maybe an assassin snail just for the name.
I like it.
Oh man.
Oh, and a vampire shrimp.
Well, on that
Everything
note,
we just said would live with the vampire shrimp.
Hey, Fish Kid Jake.
what is happening? A coelacanth done. Is that what you
Coelacanth. Yeah, you might need a slightly larger tank to keep a few of those.
Maybe
in.
a little bit. Have the
Oh, no.
dinosaur of all fish.
You got a 5-gallon tank hanging around. You're good.
Oh,
G'day,
man.
Fish Kid Jake. What are you doing? Oh no, hang on. He's probably just woke up, didn't you? It's early morning, isn't it?
Hello, Hillbilly Nomad. Yes, it is early morning. If Miss Fever asks, I was not here.
She probably knows where you're at. I think you'd be better off there, wouldn't it?
She's asleep. She's asleep. She doesn't rewatch the live stream. She doesn't watch any of my stuff. She'll never know how long I was on here.
This is like him going to the bar, but he's on.
She might watch this one because she was on it.
Possibly.
Well, folks, I think I'm gonna get out of here.
I tend to concur.
Absolutely. I appreciate all of you all, as well as everybody that was tolerating our insanity in the chat. You are much appreciated.
Bud's asking a question there.
Let me pull my chat back out.
I'll read it to you. What would you
There we go.
suggest using to deworm my guppies? In the past, I've used. Nope.
Levamisole.
Yeah, a pig wormer, but I'm not sure when to do it a second dose on the tanks.
Is Fish
General
Tropic
cure?
around? Fish Tropic's all about the dewormers. Like, he's the dewormer expert.
Will General Cure do that?
Yeah, General Cure will. That's what I'd recommend. But I know that like Fish Tropic is like all on the levamisole and the bendazole and the
I'm
all
thinking
the dolls.
a pig wormer might be a massive dose compared to, say, a dog wormer or something.
Yeah.
But they generally do the same sort of work. What I would recommend is, after, say, a week, do a fairly decent water change and then dose the same amount that you did in the first time. And if you're not losing fish to overdosing on the drug, then you're probably doing something right.
Absolutely.
It's all kind of guesswork when you're using a medication that's designed for a completely different creature and you're using it for a fish. So,
Yep.
you could be the experiment guy who's learning the way for the other people.
A little bit of Pepto and a couple Tylenol PMs, and oh, don't listen to me. Don't
And
listen to
call me in the morning.
Yes.
No, don't call me because you're gonna have dead fish.
Yes. All right. I think that takes care of it. Again, I appreciate you gentlemen coming up on the panel and everybody in the chat. I hope you all have a wonderful day. Try and get some rest where you can, and we will see you on the next go round.
Good night, all.
Button here. Peace.
Davey,
Have a good night.
be good.